cricket noise.
Cricket noise.
Cricket noise.
What's the plan, Nick?
Alright, well, here's the plan.
How is everyone tired or busy with something? Because we can either end it off with Jackbox, or I just go with a game that I haven't played on my list of games that I've played on stream.
I'm tired.
I can play Jackbox right now.
Carl?
I'm a bit tired. I'm a bit tired.
Will? Or Jamie and James? Jamie, Will, James?
Pretty much I am limited as to what I can do when Chris gets tired, because if he goes to bed,
You can't talk, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. Will, are you still there? I'm assuming he's not. I'm assuming he's not.
He's muted.
Yeah. Oh, we don't have a lot of people for it, so I'm guessing I'm just gonna boot up one game that I haven't played in a while, just to get it off the list. All right, let me just grab it. Or
Do what you do, man.
Or we can always. No, I'll get that game, and then Kyle, if you're up, we can play some Mario Kart afterwards.
Only for a little bit though.
Yeah, sure. I only play for a little bit longer.
Probably want to stop within like an hour or something.
Yeah. Oh, if it's in the within an hour, then. I'm just gonna grab the game first and see where it goes.
Mario Kart.
There we go. Rip.
Carl, have you just been like attacking like CPUs? That's it?
Yeah, I haven't been playing in a while, so it's a good practice.
Man, why don't you play online, dude?
Bring Sean.
Oh, he's busy right now.
I'm gonna go be tired on the bed.
Okay. Don't make sure you don't fall asleep on top of the chocolate.
Alright, have fun, Nick.
Yeah, good night.
Okay, I have
Right.
to head on out then.
Night.
Alright,
Good
good
night,
night,
everybody.
Jamie.
How do I? Okay, how do I do the thing? There's.
This is gonna be a classic one for everyone. Mr. Potato Head. Alright, switching over to Toy Story.
Wait, is that what you're playing?
Yep, Toy Story 2.
Is this on the PlayStation?
Oh shoot, the game is currently on Rainbow Vision. Hold on, let me.
Is this on the PS1? I think I have this same game at home actually.
It's actually on the PS1 and on N64 actually.
I don't remember the last time I played it or anything, but it's probably been forever.
Yeah, no, I actually played this about 3 times, and I know Chris was there for one of them. I haven't played this in like forever. There we go. Now it's fixed. I will say, like, I haven't played this game in forever. I know I put this on the list of games I've been trying to beat on my own. So, not 100%ing because it's a collectathon, and collectathons take a long time. It's like the noise, like. Wait, Kyle, have you ever beat this game though before?
I have no idea. If anything, my dad was probably the one who played all the way through it when I was like a really young kid. I don't really even remember playing this. But it is among the PlayStation games that I still have.
I thought I passed Andy's house. Weird. Oh wait, did it not save my file before? Oh god, really? No, ah. If it didn't save my file. What is that noise?
Noise.
It was like
I don't know.
Are you kidding me? My files is gone. Did I not save it? Sounding a little British there. God. Oh, that makes me really upset now. All that hard work. At this point, it's like now I have to replay the whole thing again. I don't have another memory card. That's the thing.
Only pay for a few more rounds and then I'm gonna call it quits.
God, this is sucks. Dang it. Oh, now this makes me really upset now. Alright, how do I control this game again? Because I know I was pretty far. Also, where's my sound? It's like there's no music. What the heck? Oh, I want to fix this music because I can't hear a single thing. Wow. The music is like uber soft. It's the highest you can ever go. Man. Alright, well, I guess I'm replaying this whole stupid game again. Oh, that pisses me off, actually. I went so far in it. More toys. Well, it's running a lot smoother than I last remembered, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot you could charge it too. Also, I forgot how bad the camera is too.
Well, it's a 90s platformer, so yeah.
I'm like, it keeps turning around.
Is this Toy Story 1 or 2?
2. Because 1 would be like, it would,
Buzz wouldn't be there at the start.
Yeah, it's also that 1 was on when the NES was still around. SNES was still around.
Oh yeah, because that movie came out in 95.
Yeah, because like 95 and 96 is when the N64 came out.
I think it was more so in '96
What?
that the PlayStation N64 came out.
Oh yeah. That's true. Oh, how to get out of this? How do you get out of this first? Oh, it's R. Wait, what's PlayStation? What did this PlayStation 2 come out? Didn't it come out in like the 1990s?
The PlayStation?
Yeah, PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2 was like 2001.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, PlayStation 1, yeah, because it would be like more higher res than any of these games. And then the Xbox came around.
Oh, it's saying March 4th, 2000 is when the PS2 came out, but I don't think there were really any popular games for it until like '01. And maybe that date is also maybe it's because I'm searching in Japanese Google, that's the Japanese release date.
Possibly.
Because some of the bigger games that came out on the PS2, like Metal Gear Solid 2 and like Final Fantasy X came out in 2001, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. God. Why is the camera so darn, like, atrocious? It's like it tries to turn as a smart camera, but it doesn't turn fast enough. Doesn't even give me control. I have to redo a bunch of these boss fights. I went through like 3 different levels. How in the world am I gonna have to redo all this now? Ah, this is like actually kind of infuriating that I was hoping to play this game when I was like already progressing. I guess no, I should have saved. It probably was like it overwritten it then. I guess I should never save on the first part when I'm trying to save game, because when I actually play new game, then it's just gonna save over that file. God, that's annoying. I'm actually so glad though that, well, I like how the memory is a lot easier to put in. It's like the N64, you have to put it into the controller, and in the rumble features, it's like always like you don't have the rumble feature unless you plug in the rumble pack after you take out the memory pack. It's like so tedious. By the way, guys, did you hear about some potential Animal Crossing leaks about Blathers coming back?
You
What do
mean
you
Brewster?
Brewster, I mean, not Blathers. Blue Brewster, yes.
Brewster.
Yeah, I've heard that he's coming in the update or something.
Mm-hmm. It seems like they're gonna add everything. Like,
I feel like they should add all the characters from the universe eventually, incorporate them in some sort of cameo or another, because when the game came out, people were like, dude, what the hell? Where's Brewster? Where's Rossetti? Where's... I mean, Red wasn't there at first, but now he is.
yeah, it's like, it's one of those things that their decision is to make this game longer, I think, is to update it continuously. But it's at the same time, it could be like...
Yeah, I think that's the way to keep the appeal lasting, is to release content periodically.
Yeah, but it's also that people get bored of it pretty fast. And it's like, you could say that Animal Crossing came out at a good time, but at the same time, you could argue that it came out at like also awkward, like bad time, because when you're in quarantine, you play it constantly. People get bored really fast. So if you don't put the updates as fast enough, then people lose interest fast.
That's not really Nintendo's fault, though.
Yeah,
It's
you could
not.
say that about a lot of games, though. I don't know. Like, I've been playing the game still regularly, like daily, just like...
Oh.
I've paid off all my loans and stuff, so I don't really have to work toward that anymore, but I've just been like catching fish and bugs, playing multiplayer things. June's starting in just a week from now-ish, so like more fish and bugs will come in soon enough.
Alright, I need to get the golden trout, because that's the only other fish that's going to be ending.
That one was a mofo, dude. Like, that took me several hours worth of gameplay to catch it.
That's when they catch the mahi-mahi.
I already caught.
The hard one for me was the giant trevally. That one took an absurdly long time for me to catch. Like, I caught hundreds of fish from my pier.
I still haven't
before I finally got a giant trevally to spawn.
I still haven't dedicated time for to try Trevally at all.
Yeah, just dig up a whole ton of bait and start using it on your pier.
I already have like 70 bait. It's stacked.
And you can like do my strats, and instead of selling the fish right away, just store them in tanks around your island. And I made like 500,000 bells when CJ showed up.
Oh yeah, that's what I did. Except CJ took forever one time just to even show up.
Oh yeah, it was like I was doing that for like over a week, and like I was getting like frame rate issues on some parts of my island.
Yeah.
Because CJ was taking so long.
Yep.
I'm actually starting to get frame rate issues in my island.
You can't handle only so much, Carl.
Oh no.
The Switch isn't the most powerful console.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not complaining. It's just something I noticed.
Oh yeah. God, why is my stomach curdling? Beamy, you get a Pizza Planet. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. I forgot about this 3-lap thing. Oh, at least the Buzz can run fast. I win! I'm the fastest Buzz around. I'm the fastest man alive. I'm the fastest man alive. Yeah, screw you. Give me that coin. Good thing the enemies don't drop multiple coins, otherwise I'd be collecting them constantly. I remember this game being like a game I wanted to completely play as a kid, and then I never got the chance to. Oh, what the? God, Buzz, why would you let go? What the heck? Camera! This is worse than anything. I can not really control the camera in this game. Who leaves their tools running in the middle of a garage? Like, seriously. It's like dangerous. It's like like you'll lose. It's like a hazard.
People in the 90s, apparently. Wait, is that shovel levitating? Or,
Yeah.
Oh, no, you just jumped over to it.
Well, it is levitate. It's like apparently standing still on top of itself. Like it doesn't fall down. God,
Carefully balanced.
camera. Jeez.
Dude, you're playing a 90s 3D platformer. You just kind of had to be used to that.
I am not used to this. I will still get frustrated at it. All right. Oh yeah, to get the sheep, I have to platform around. Oh god. Oh god. All right, there it is. What is that? A Buzz Life token? Gotta get a life. Well, I messed that up. I love the marks. Wow, can you stop, like, being so angry, Car? You lost, fair and square. Okay, there we go. There we go. And there we go. At least the jumping is smooth. I will still complain about this game mechanics. Because I can. It's like complaining about anything. Even though the game is really old. Because I can. Yeah, I'll shove these coins up you, Pam. Stop! I am go nearby you and I'm gonna be Why couldn't they just done the A button? But nope, they're not doing the A button. How do you do a ground pound? Well, I don't know how to do ground pound. God, what are the controls for... Okay, well, I'm going to talk to this dice. Stomp by pressing the button and C down. Okay. Oh, I forgot that spin copter is a thing. Spin copter is a thing, really.
Apparently.
Yeah, apparently it's a spin. You can spin the copter. Alright, Ham, here's your 50 coins. You lazy pig. What the heck? Why is my stomach curdling right now? I got Mr. Potato Head's ear. Oh, he's gonna have an earful of me. Good joke.
Good joke.
Still need that a sound bit of that whenever I get that ready. I found a basement. Oh. Oh, God. This basement reminds me of Sathura. God. Oh, man. Frame rate. Who drops everything?
Thanks to you, I'm a whole spot again.
God, why did they make walking into someone a talking? It's like a bad idea in so many ways. I don't even know why I'm getting all the sheep now. Does Bo Peep give me, I don't know, a kiss? But wait, Bo Peep is actually Woody's lover toy for some reason. I wonder why they even had Bo Peep as like Woody's lover toy in the first place. Alright, but this is the potato head. Give me your ball again. It's like, oh my. So you can't jump that much with a ball. Do 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 do. Oh, there we go. Must be rather playing the Kingdom Hearts 3 version of Toy Story, because that one was fun.
Yeah, I never got to see that. I've never watched any gameplay of Kingdom Hearts 3 or anything.
You should.
Was the Toy Story world good?
Toy Story World was actually one of the best worlds there. Like, the problem is, two of the worlds are good. The Disney ones, which is Monster Inc. and Toy Story, but that's mainly because they brought a very unique story to them. Like, it's canon in a sense, but it's unique enough that it doesn't rely on the movies to tell the story. The next ones are like, they had Pirates of the Caribbean and then Big Hero 6, which while they are, it's like...
Oh, they had a Big Hero 6 one. That's cool. I actually just watched that movie with Grace the other day.
Oh, yeah. They did have a Big Hero 6, but it's not the best in terms of what the world is, because they did make it open world, but the missions and the story wasn't the best. You watched it, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming everyone here is okay with spoilers with Big Hero 6?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so at the end of Big Hero 6, okay, you know that Baymax sacrifices itself, right? At least the old body. And what the Kingdom Hearts 3 version did in the sense of spoilers, but in this case it's at least it's old. Basically the villain of the game is the old Baymax's body. And so you have to stop that Baymax from causing any trouble. And then once you're done with everything, then now they are two Baymaxes in the world. And I don't know if Disney is making that canon, because that also conflicts with what the series is, where it only has one Baymax. So it's a little weird in storytelling in that regard.
Right. I'm gonna head out now.
All right, have a good night, Carl. All right, take
All right.
care.
Right.
Yep. Probably see you guys tomorrow.
Yep, see ya. Take care, man.
See ya. Yep.
Yeah, and then Pirates of the Caribbean one, that one basically really badly retells World's End, basically.
Mm.
And it's not the
Yeah,
best.
the Kingdom Hearts 2, the Pirates of the Caribbean world, like, you had to visit that world twice. The second time really has nothing to do with the actual story of Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's how it is with most of the levels of Kingdom Hearts 2. Where it's like the first time you visit the world, it's actually kind of loosely retelling the story of the movie.
Oh,
So, the first time you visit that world in Kingdom Hearts 2 is retelling of Curse of the Black Pearl, which actually works pretty smoothly.
yeah. Oh, that's good.
I mean, several shots in that world are like kind of like shot by shot, or like direct like use of the script from the first Pirates movie.
Mm-hmm. I will not be surprised.
The first one is the only Pirates of the Caribbean movie I've seen, so I can say that one is pretty accurate and faithful, and like it works well enough.
Yeah, I've watched all of them, so I know.
The Pirates of the Caribbean like thing in Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually like one of the more I don't know how to put it, like I want to say, like, it was kind of an interesting thing to put in Kingdom Hearts 2, because it was like the first realistic Disney movie that they did. Like, it was an actual live-action film that they put into Kingdom Hearts instead of, like, an animated movie.
Oh yeah, true.
And that world alone is pretty much the reason why Kingdom Hearts 2 had to be rated E10, because it had, like, blood in it. Like, animated blood and more realistic-looking violence.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't really do it well because like it's technically a retelling of World's End, but at the same time it basically does what it does is basically tell the important plot in the middle, skips the entirety of the part, and then goes straight to the final battle. That's it. It does a really bad retelling, basically. And oh yeah, I will say though in Kingdom Hearts, in Kingdom Hearts 3, they have Tangled and Frozen, but you know how Japan is really really like into Frozen, and how Tangled is one of the
They
most
are
popular.
obsessed with Tangled and Frozen here.
Yeah, it's basically Disney told Square Enix to say like basically redo the worlds as exactly as the movies, like almost picture to picture. Like basically Sora and crew are just there for the most part.
That's funny.
They don't do anything to improve on the story. They just basically retell the entire thing, and it's like how Frozen, they get knocked off the mountain a few times. They do the exact same thing over and over and over again. So it's basically like those are the worst worlds because they don't do anything creative, and it's just like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like Frozen and Tangled are kind of like the Disney movies of like Gen Z, I guess, like
Yeah.
or this part of Gen Z. Like the students I've had at my school, most of them would be like a little bit more than 5 years younger than us,
Oh yeah.
and those are like the Disney movies that they know the best. Whereas
Oh,
for
yeah.
us, it would be like Toy Story or Lion King and stuff.
Oh yeah. Renaissance era.
I thought it was funny that, but even with Tangled though, like that movie is like super big with like women our age too. And then there's like a teacher at my school who's like a year younger than me who like apparently she's really into Tangled as well. I'm like, holy crap, this movie transcends borders. Like, why do so many girls like this movie so much? Like, I think Tangled is alright, but it's not like revolutionary for me.
Well, it was pretty good, and then the thing is that it's funny that it's actually funny because like the movie is actually the most expensive animated film of all time.
Tangled is?
Yeah, it is the most
Really?
expensive because of the hair physics. That is literally the because
Interesting.
they had to make it's like they paid over 300 million for the movie, and that's mainly because
Wow.
because of the hair physics. That's it.
That's pretty crazy.
Yep. And but that's funny enough, 300 million used to be the most expensive movie of all time. And that was
Oh, well, Pirates of the Caribbean is, right?
yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End is the most expensive, but it actually beat itself with that. I think Pirates of the Caribbean 4 Stretch Stranger Tides has the most expensive budget now.
It says on Wikipedia the budget for Tangled is $260 million, and
Oh.
its box office was a little over $590 million.
I thought it was about 300 million.
That's very expensive for an animated film, though.
Oh, well, it's Disney. They don't really care.
Like, let me just compare it to like let's search like Big Hero 6 and like what the budget for that movie was.
I think that was like 100 million around. A little over.
165, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like Inside Out is also kind of a movie of that
Era, yeah.
era, yeah, same decade. 175 million. Yeah, so wow, so Tangled is very, very expensive. It's like almost twice the budget of these two movies.
Yep. It's like basically those two movies combined, you can make all that.
I'm searching right now. List of the most expensive films. The number one is Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides.
Yep, 4. Which is
$379 million budget. That is crazy.
not even that good of a budget.
The second,
not
third,
movie.
and fourth are all of the Avengers sequels. With the most expensive Avengers movie, number 2, or as in rank number 2 in the most expensive list is Age of Ultron, which cost $365 million. Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End, Justice League. So a lot of superhero kind of stuff.
I mean, all Disney, really.
Solo, a Star Wars story. Star Wars: Rise of Skywalker were both $275 million.
God, Rise of Skywalker was not that great of a movie.
Yeah, so Tangled is number 12, and it's basically like the only movie going down this list so far that's not like a superhero film.
Mm-hmm.
Or, well, what's John Carter? I've never heard of that film.
John Carter is
A science fiction based on
it's
Princess of Mars.
yeah, basically John Carter. It's like it got mixed.
Oh, it's
bag.
also a Disney film.
Yeah, it was like a guy sent to Mars to rescue the princess and fight. It looked high budget and everything. So, not sure. I saw it, and I think it was like directed by the guy, like producer of Pirates of the Caribbean, at least. Produced at least.
Let me check that. The director you're saying is
No,
that?
no, the producer of Pirates is the producer of John Carter. The director of Pirates directed Ringo and Lone Ranger.
Continued down the list. So basically, like the most recent Star Wars movies are like all really expensive, which
Yep.
is not surprising. Wow! Oh my God! Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man 3 cost that much.
300 million, I think. Close. Oh, no, not 300 million.
258 million.
Yeah,
And that was like,
back in 2000, or like into 2000s.
7.
Yeah.
which would that would make it like, in 2007, along with the Pirates movie, was like the most expensive movie made at the time, which is pretty funny because Spider-Man 3 was the worst in that trilogy.
I mean, it was plagued with a bunch of producers wanting to do more and more stuff.
They tried to do too much, yeah.
Like
I'm
that.
sure a lot of the budget probably had to do with stuff like Sandman and Venom, their special effects.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Also, there's Justin Timberlake, who played the what's his name?
Justin Timberlake was in that movie? I don't
Yeah.
remember that.
Justin Timberlake is the Venom person.
Is he? I completely forgot that. Is that actually Justin Timberlake?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm trying to picture in my head that you mean the Ed Brock, whatever.
Hey, Eddie Brock, yeah.
Eddie Brock.
I mean, you can look on Wikipedia. You're there
Yeah,
right now.
no, cast. No, Topher Grace as Eddie Brock. That's not Justin
Oh, he
Timberlake.
looks like Justin Timberlake.
There is no match for Justin Timberlake on this page. That's not Justin Timberlake, Nick. I was like, when you said that, I was like thinking about it. I was like, what the fuck? That guy didn't even look like Justin Timberlake, did he?
He looked like to me.
Continuing down. Thank you everybody for joining our episode of Retrobound Movie Podcast.
The most
The
expensive.
2017 Beauty and the Beast. I'm at number 15 now.
That was all right movie.
Oh wow, it's interesting that Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince is number 16 on the list, but it's like, continuing to look down the list, none of the other Harry Potter movies are even like up here, going down to like number 35.
I mean,
so
watching the Half-Blood Prince, it had a lot of special effects and environments and stuff.
yeah,
compared to-
but like none of the other Harry Potter movies are apparently even close in budget, which is
Well,
interesting.
the Deathly Hallows Part 1 was literally, as Emoto would put it, the camping trip. So they didn't have to do much. It was all nature.
Right.
And then Deathly
Yeah.
Hallows Part 2 was like the same area, but they just had to touch it up with damage. And it's like more practical effects than anything.
I think the castle scenes would have been pretty expensive to make though.
But they already
in
had
Part
those
2.
scenes. They already had those scenes because they had the previous movies. So they didn't have to spend a lot, I would assume.
A lot of the destruction of the castle and stuff though. I
Yeah,
mean,
well, they had already the sets. All they had to do was just destroy it a little bit. That's what I would
Yes,
say.
I'm trying to think of stuff in Half-Blood Prince that would be super expensive.
I know that Dumbledore waving around the fire to stop the things attacking them.
Oh, the scene in the cave with like the demons. Yeah.
That's
there's,
one. That's one of the most expensive, I would say.
Yeah, I imagine like scenes like Dumbledore falling from the top of the tower was kind of an ambitious moment. Also, the part with the Sectum Sempra and like the flooding bathroom,
The flooding bathroom.
where like Draco is in like Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and then they get in a fight, and Harry uses Sectum Sempra on him,
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
and there's like blood all over the bathroom. That was like a pretty big room
Yeah,
full of water and stuff.
it's actually funny because for the most part, I I skipped out on Harry Potter's well, I watched yeah, and I didn't watch Deathly Hallows Part 2 at in theaters, but I did watch all the other movies in theaters. 5 I never watched in full, and I don't think I've watched 6 in full technically, even though we played it during Stack 8. It's one of those movies that I barely remember.
I have seen them all many times. Also, Half-Blood Prince is tied in budget with the Lion King remake of last year
Oh, that one.
for 250 million.
Everyone.
A lot of people hated on that remake, I guess because it's just like an almost identical script, and like some of the songs were better performed in the original film. But I thought as a remake, it was fun to watch. I mean,
I would say more of a retelling than a remake, honestly.
yeah, I mean it's like practically the same film with the same script, just in a different animation style. But I thought it was pretty cool.
That's true. I did enjoy
there were some
Jungle
choices,
Book.
like having Seth Rogen as Pumbaa was kind of weird.
I mean, I did enjoy.
I didn't know the cast was going to the movie, but as soon as I hear, I was like, oh no, it's Seth Rogen.
Uh-huh. The pothead of the Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, all right. We got more superhero movies, Transformers,
I
James
didn't-
Cameron's Avatar.
I did enjoy I did enjoy the Jungle Book. That was an interesting one.
The Jungle Book remake.
Yeah, I did enjoy that
I
one.
didn't see that one.
They had Bill Murray as the bear.
Huh. All right, yeah. Going down the list, it's like you can really see the empire that Disney has, because like probably like 3/4 of the movies on this list are involve Disney in some way, either as a Disney film or a Marvel, a recent Marvel film.
Mm-hmm.
Hobbit, Men in Black 3. I didn't know Men in Black 3 was made all the way in 2012. Like the first movie was out in like the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, Men in Black 3.
I think my parents have the first Men in Black on VHS or something.
Yeah, Men in Black was not was done like took a long time, because like the at the very least the second one came out in like 2001, I think.
Yes, that's a long gap. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
Oh right, that one.
The Peter Jackson King Kong. So that was
Never watched that one.
Everything on this list so far, except for the Pirates movie and Spider-Man 3. Everything except for those was made in the 2010s, but then the King Kong was in 2005, and it was a really expensive movie.
That was definitely one of the most expensive movies.
That was a very hyped, and it was like a huge deal. That movie was also super long as well, wasn't it? Like over the 3-hour mark, and that explains like the cost of it.
I know that Jack Black played a serious character.
Oh
and
yeah, he did.
I only watched parts of it, and so I'm interested in it, but I
haven't seen it. I watched my dad play the video game of it that came out around that time.
I am more interested in the the Kong Skull Island movie, because that looks beautiful.
There have been many, many retellings of the King Kong story, so...
I mean, there's King Kong and Godzilla soon to come out.
Oh, you got Superman Returns, which is also mid-2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that Titanic was that huge, because this is the first movie on the list that wasn't made in even in the 21st century.
Mm-hmm.
So Titanic in 1997 is a $200 million movie, which for the 90s, like if you adjust for inflation, that's probably like hugely expensive. I mean,
Yeah.
James Cameron was just given big projects like that because he also, like, Terminator 2, when that movie came out, was like the most expensive movie ever made at the time
Oh yeah, for
in
sure.
1991 for like $190 million at the time.
I mean, when Terminator 1 was so successful after that whole budget, it's like it basically was a sleeper hit, pretty much.
Yeah, and Terminator, the first Terminator movie was like a $6 million, like, independent film.
Mm-hmm. And they went straight up full budget after that.
Yeah. I mean, I heard a comment on like a horror movie podcast that I watched because I mean, the first Terminator is kind of horror adjacent. Like it was inspired by horror films too, and like that there was a comment from like the guys who host this podcast being like Hollywood absolutely loves horror movies because they're super cheap to make but are guaranteed to make a lot of money.
I guess.
Even if they're fairly bad.
Yeah, generally.
Because
speaking.
you know, a lot of horror movies don't necessarily have to have advanced special effects, and you can just have them in dark rooms where you don't even like the illusion to your eyes creates most of the effect for you.
It's
So a lot of horror movies can be made very cheaply compared to like an action or a sci-fi film.
It's also that it's like a horror film for a lot of people are easy, like for like the budgets is like jump scares to very very bloody.
Yeah,
murders.
even if a horror movie, even if its budget is kind of higher, like it'll like almost guarantee making way more than that at the box office if like the movie has like a good trailer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because people are always just ready to see like the next big horror movie in the theater.
Yep.
So you passed right 69 coins.
Oh yeah, did I pass 69 coins?
So you're 74 now.
Oh dang it! Oh, I should have kept just 69. 69 is the best.
What the hell is that?
I know that Final Destination was at least well received, the most recent one.
Oh, Spider-Man 2 is really expensive. Wow. That was also 200 million.
Spider-Man started the trend of superheroes, but that was not as popular as Marvel when Iron Man hit out.
Terminator Salvation. That was the shitty one, wasn't it?
Well, I
The
heard
crappy, like, the one that takes place in the future without Arnold in it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, I've heard that it's underrated for a lot. It's like it's still considered one of people's favorites, considering the fact that it's like the worst, in a sense, other than like Genesis.
2012. Nobody cares about that movie in the like beyond that decade.
No,
As soon as the year 2012 passed, nobody would give a shit about that movie.
they only went on the hype of that.
It was a sensationalism thing about like people's apocalyptic theories. Toy Story 3 at number.
Oh, Toy Story 3 deserved the budget.
There's a long list of movies that are tied for number 43 because there's a whole lot of them that had $200 million budget on the dot. So
I mean, 200 million budget. Basically, at this point, is like the standard for a high budget movie. Anything higher than that, they're risking a lot. Unless you're
Disney. They got a lot of like animated like Pixar films. Toy Story 3, Cars 2.
Toy Story 3 is still by far one of my favorite films of all time.
I think it is pretty hard for me to rank the Toy Story movies, and I still haven't seen 4 yet, but
I still rank.
I would consider the trilogy to be the best animated movies ever.
Yeah, no, the trilogy is actually I guess like in a sense 4 as well, but the trilogy is definitely the only trilogy I believe that has all movies are 4 stars. The Godfather was close, but it never reached 4 stars in all 3.
I forgot there was a third Godfather film. I only hear people talk about the first 2.
Yep. Yeah, well, I mean, it was originally only meant to be 2, and then they wanted it to be a trilogy.
Yeah. Monsters University. All these freaking Spider-Man movies on this list, man. Spider-Man makes money.
What'd you say, James?
The fact that there's like a lawnmower just kind of cruising around like without someone just that's like really dangerous.
Yeah.
Like someone would have to like jump onto a moving.
That's like I don't know. Do you guys ever watch Ned's Declassified growing
Yeah.
up?
Oh yes.
You're familiar with that show, Nick?
Yes, I am very.
Remember there was an episode where it was like a wood shop, oh gosh, what do you call it? Like one of the woodshop tools or whatever that for some reason has no plug, but it like just like goes around on its own, and it's like rolling through the hallways and stuff, and some of the characters are trying to like chase it down and destroy it before it hurts someone.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
I think it's supposed to be like the teacher told them, they're like, don't use that whatever tool it is, don't use that one over there, that one's out of order. And they
Mhm.
were like desperate to like use a tool in woodshop class. They tried to use it and it like got away from them.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
I love
yeah.
that show. That was like my favorite Teen Nick show of that era, along with Drake and Josh.
Yeah, Netzy Classified was like, okay, it was weird. Like when I was a kid, I disliked having like watching like live action shows because I thought it was just like not for me. And then I was wrong with Netzy Classified, Drake and Josh, and then the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like I skipped out on
I never
those.
watched Fresh Prince, but yeah, Netzy Classified, it was like, it kind of blurred the line between a live action show and a cartoon because it used a lot of kind of goofy special effects and music and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
It also didn't have a laugh track like most Teen Nick shows did.
That's true.
Didn't the workshop teacher get like his prosthetics stuck in like a lathe or something?
What? Did he?
Or something. Like it looked like it was getting like his arm was getting torn off, but like he has like a fake arm or something.
Huh.
I think it was like a bit that he has like a fake hand and he like hits it with a hammer or something to scare the kids. I think there was like supposed to be like a high school version of that show or something, but it never happened because like all the lead actors were busy with other projects at the time.
I don't remember anyone from that show ever going on to do anything else. Like
Yeah, that's kind of the sad. I think the guy who played Ned is just like a musician now or something, and occasionally acts in like smaller things. But I think the girl who played Mose was in some like other drama TV show that was fairly popular. But
It's funny how
everybody else, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of like the Nickelodeon live action actors never moved on properly.
A lot of them, yeah, they made it big with that when they were teens, and then just kind of they're just around. I don't know.
Well,
Josh
it's
Peck is like a big YouTuber now.
Yeah, there's the there's Drake, Josh, Miranda Cosgrove from iCarly. I mean, the only person that was made it big after like in Nickelodeon, I think, is Ariana Grande.
Oh yeah, that's true. She was a Nickelodeon actress, wasn't she?
Yeah, she started in Victorious.
That was kind of beyond my time because I think I was kind of done with those Teen Nick shows. Like, I watched the ones that were out when I was in middle school, and then after that, wasn't really watching much Nickelodeon stuff anymore.
didn't Drake keep doing music after?
I
think he still does music. Yeah, I think that's what he makes his living doing now.
It's not much though, unfortunately.
Have you seen what Drake and Josh look like now? Like, Drake has like a bunch of tattoos in his arms and stuff, and Josh is like super ripped now.
Yep. Like I remember, I saw the first intro. It's like, man, Josh like has a lot of weight, and then
He was very heavy in like his comment about it before. Like,
Yeah,
he was
second
like,
season
he weighed
was
like 300 pounds at the time.
Yeah, second season he was losing weight, and then
He was thinning out, and then he was pretty thin by the end of the show.
Yeah, and then third and fourth season, it's like, wow, he transformed really fast. Yeah, I never watched it, but I enjoyed it. I mean, there has been a lot of rumors that Drake and Josh has been like are coming back, but at the same time not, because like Dan Schneider, the creator.
Oh yeah, he was like kind of a creep, and he like left Nickelodeon.
Yeah, so it's like there's that, and then, but it's like I heard Drake and Josh are working on a project together, but that's not Drake and Josh.
Kind of. I mean, that could just be a YouTube thing, but like, as much as it would be a nostalgia trip for really good, you get Drake and Josh come back. Like, those dudes are like 30 now. Like, they're kind of beyond doing like teenager shows.
Yeah, it is at that point where there's no point for them to act like teenagers if they ever come back.
Like, I think like Josh is like married and has a kid now. I don't know
No,
about
he
Drake.
he doesn't have a kid, but he is definitely married.
I
Drake,
think he does have a kid now.
I haven't heard anything
I think
about
it. I think like I've seen like YouTube recommendations or whatever of like Josh saying he has like a baby or something. Let me check. At the very least, I think his wife was pregnant or something, and maybe like hasn't given birth yet or something.
I know that Drake actually he had actually showed off his house during the
Oh
quarantine.
yeah, Josh Peck has a son now.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Well, I know that Drake showed off his house, and apparently it looks like Disneyland inside.
Oh, he's older than I thought he was. Josh Peck is 33 now.
No,
I assume that Drake Bell is like the same age.
about the same age.
Also 33, yeah.
I remember that people when they were, when he was singing the Drake and Josh theme, for people at a concert for him, he was like correcting people on the lyric. It's like, baby, what's up, buddy? Found a way.
Oh, the people think it's takes some time to. People think it's realized,
Yeah,
but it takes some
it's
time,
time
to
to
realign.
realign, yeah.
I always thought that too. I never knew that, and he clearly knows that people heard it that way as kids because he always trolls people whenever he plays that song live.
Yeah.
He's like, guys, I hear some zzz in the audience right now. There's no zzz.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just like as a kid, you hear it differently. It's the same thing with like E.T. Go Home. It's E.T. Phone Home, and like all the other stuff. And it's like
I always knew it was Phone Home.
no, I never. Cause like here's the thing. I only watched E.T. once, and that was like very very
I
young.
only saw that movie like maybe actually. When did I see the movie? Maybe 2 years ago. It's the only time I've ever seen it, but I always knew as a kid that it was E.T. Phone Home.
Well, I never watched. I only watched a movie when I was like super young, like a kid level young kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I never, I did not realize it because like how I was with the E.T. was I only heard people say it. I never actually did it myself. Like actually saw that scene and realized what it said. I only heard like, oh yeah, it's E.T. Go Home. It's like, oh okay, well I believe you because I don't remember it. So that's why I went with that. I never truly misheard it in a sense. I just never remembered it. And then there was always like the what was it like? There's a bunch of other misconceptions. I know that.
Well, that's called the Mandela effect, if you didn't know. Where
Yeah.
it's like with media things where you like remember things being differently than they actually are.
Yeah, I know about the Mandela effect. What was the other quote?
I think another one that I've heard of is people who thought that Arnold Schwarzenegger's accent was a lot thicker in Terminator, and they thought he said "I'll be Bach,"
Oh yeah.
but he actually did say his "I'll be back," but with just kind of a slightly like a kind of pronunciation.
Like Bach.
Like he still did have a very strong pronunciation, but he didn't straight up say Bach in that movie, but people remember it that way.
It's kind of funny that they remember it. One of the things I always like, I always remember like there was always the Dragon Ball one where Freezer's like, this isn't even my final form, and he never says that. People somewhat made that up.
That's interesting.
Yeah, no, he never says that at all. He was just
You know,
someone
one thing that
made
was kind of
that.
funny for me was that in Smash Brothers Brawl, where like Snake's catchphrase is "It's showtime."
Yeah.
Like I don't know about Twin Snakes, and he could have said it in that game for all I know. It was like it was like a different director for that
Yeah.
game, and like they were kind of basing Snake's persona in Smash Brothers on Twin Snakes because that was like the only release on Nintendo console. But like,
Wait.
my knowledge
Smash
of
Brothers, right?
the first four canon Metal Gear Solid games, Snake never once says it's showtime. He never says that.
It's showtime.
It was just a totally made up catchphrase for Smash.
You know, when I get Twin Snakes, we can check that out actually, because I actually
I'd like to watch that. I want to see how cheesy that game is in
because
full.
I will buy it soon. Like actually, because like one thing is that I'm just trying to find like something that isn't like a complete set that isn't like $80, more 60. But
Yeah.
it is a dual disc, and it's like I did watch all the entirety of what was it? The entirety of Metal Gear Solid 1, because I watched all of 1, 2, and 4. I skipped down in 3 still.
A lot of people like that one the most.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I watched all these when I was younger, when a little bit after 4 came out. Basically, I watched all of them, and I remember that when I was watching number 3, when I got the chance to, the only one that looked because I didn't go with any commentary. I wanted to watch all of it on my own. The best one was a hour-long episode, a playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 3. It was just like, that's gonna be a long time. I mean, the Metal Gear Solid 4 was still long, but that was like 10 minutes each. 10-minute episodes each.
Yeah. 2008 YouTube.
Oh, man. Wait, when did Metal Gear Solid 4 come out?
2008.
Oh, it did come out 2000. I thought it came out like 2010 for some reason.
Nah. That was kind of like one of the first big games in the PS3.
Right, because I remember seeing commercials for that. I actually, as a kid, I actually wanted to play Metal Gear Solid, but I never got to because, one, I never owned a PlayStation ever in my life. And two, it's that, I guess, like, in a sense, I guess, like, I don't know. My parents were never, I guess, like, PlayStation would be more of it, because I don't think my parents ever paid attention to the MSRB rating. ESRB rating, not MS. Did your parents ever?
Yeah, I mean, I never played the Metal Gear games until like after Smash Brothers had come out because like I became curious about them from playing Brawl. But
Yep, same here.
we had a copy of Sons of Liberty, which my dad had since that game came out, but he never beat it because my dad had talked about those games before. I remember, and like he couldn't handle them because he wasn't really interested in games with that in depth of the story.
Oh yeah, it's all about politics.
I think he had completely beaten the first game back in the 90s, but he like traded that game in, so we didn't have it anymore. But I got the Essential Collection that year after playing Smash, and that's how I caught up on the first 3 games. I actually played Sons of Liberty all the way through before I went back and played the first game, which is funny because I had no clue what the hell was going on like 90% of the time.
Oh yeah, who was Snake and all that stuff.
Even if you do have the context of the first game, Sons of Liberty is like the most ridiculously dense and like confusing storyline with like all this like conspiracy theory stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
Sons of Liberty is like, I mean, the 3rd and 4th games are long too, but like Sons of Liberty is probably like the weirdest one in terms of like making all these weird changes to the universe, and like the ending of that game is so long and kind of weird and stuff that like there's a TV tropes page dedicated specifically to the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2.
Really?
Which is like the only video game to have that distinction of just like a cutscene gets its own page.
Man.
Also, on this movie list, there is another list on the Wikipedia for like movies adjusted for inflation, their budgets, which would still put Pirates of the Caribbean and like all these Avengers movies towards the top. But Titanic would be number 6 if you adjust for inflation. Spider-Man 3 at number 7.
I mean, technically, if you adjust for inflation completely, you got Gone with the Wind as well.
That's in terms of box office profits, not the budget of the film.
Oh, I was like, yeah, box office profits. It would be budget.
For the budget, Waterworld from the mid-90s.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was like a super high production movie.
I actually am curious why that movie bombed so badly. Because it was.
I'm not sure. I guess it was just underwhelming.
It was 200 million back in the 90s, which was, it's like our.
It's worth $289 million in today's money.
Yeah, and it'd be like that why is that movie?
Oh, it still made a lot of money at the time. It's just I think critics hated it and people hated it.
I'm just more like, I guess like it's more about the practical effects. Like, you know, like I told you about World's End, like why it has over 300 budget, right? Like all of its like scenes. So I know you never saw it, but basically there are a few scenes in it. Basically at the very end has a huge ship battle, which is one of the best final battles I've seen because it was actually pretty cool. And then at the very beginning there is the they go through like what was like a kind of like a swamp town, like where the houses are made out of bamboo on top of the water. I don't know what those things are called villages wise, but you know what I'm talking about, right, Kyle?
Sure, swamp houses.
Yeah. So apparently when I looked at the back behind the scenes, they built that entire village, like every single inch of that village from scratch, from the ground up. So everything that happened in there were in real, like no CGI or anything, no like green screen or anything, all real. And the boat battle, final battle, they literally built the size of actual cruise, like pirate ships, for both ships, and they did all that in practical effects.
Huh.
So that's the reason why the budget was so big, because they literally made every single scene as practical as you can get with no CGI.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So Waterworld, the most expensive film ever made at the time. This is 1995.
Okay. Yeah.
Waterworld was released to mixed reviews, praising the futuristic setting and premise, but criticizing the characterization and acting performances.
All right, that's
the film
right.
also was unable to recoup its massive budget at the box office. However, the film did later become profitable due to video and other post-cinema sales. The film was nominated for an Academy Award in the category of Best Sound. So it got a nomination, but for sound, which is not like...
It's not that big of a deal.
It's not that special of an Oscar nomination, yeah.
The biggest Oscar nominations are literally actors, writing, director, and yeah, that's basically it. Any acting for actor and actresses, writing, director, and best picture. That's all people care about, really.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people are just saying Waterworld is just really underwhelming. Like, it was an ambitious movie, but nobody really cared about the characters or the story. So that's Waterworld made the list for when you adjust for inflation. A lot of this other stuff is just kind of the same things that were on the other lists. They just kind of moved around a bit in their spots. Cleopatra from 1963 is worth $260 million budget in today's money.
Cleopatra?
Cleopatra.
What's that movie?
Epic historical drama film from 1963.
1963.
And the movie Wild Wild West from 1999.
Oh, I remember that. I remember seeing a little bit of that, but I never knew what this whole thing was.
For the most part, all the Disney movies and stuff are still like topping the list. But there's just a couple things from like older movies that have like snuck in when you adjust.
Oh yeah.
The Chronicles of Narnia, the first movie in that series.
Which one? The original one or
Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Well, no, there's two versions of Lion and the Witch and the Wardrobe actually.
2005.
Okay, that's the newer one.
The newer one.
Yeah, there's an older one actually, because I remember watching both, and the newer one was 2005.
Huh. Well, yeah, 2005, and that movie, its budget would be $236 million in today's money. These are all like American movies too. There's really nothing from any other country that can compete with the budgets that Hollywood movies have.
Well, yeah. There's a point where Hollywood movies just can't be beat because you need AAA.
The Golden Compass.
I watched that film and I was confused throughout the entire thing.
Oh, one of the ones on here is Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
I still enjoyed that film. Like, I can see...
I mean, I've only seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, so...
Temple of Doom was definitely creepy. Was the creepiest out of them all.
Oh, Wall-E was also a very high-budget movie when you adjust.
I mean, it was pretty expensive space one.
A lot of the Pixar movies have been very high-budget. I think even the first Toy Story is a really expensive movie at the time because it was, like, the first 3D animation film.
Oh, yeah, because, like, that was the first animated film of, like...
It's the first Pixar movie, yeah, mid-90s.
Yeah, no, it was the first... Yeah, it was literally the first 3D animated, like, CGI completely filmed feature film of all time, like, very first. Pixar set the standard, and the Toy Story movie was, like, according to all critics at the time, was one of, like, the best movie at the time. I know there's I think if I recall correctly, I don't know if any animated film got awarded Best Picture. I think maybe like one. No, well, maybe one or two. but I know Toy Story 3 was like I think the one of the only featured film animated films to get nominated for Best Picture, which is actually
one of the only nominated or one of the only animated films to get a nomination.
Yep.
Well, you're talking about Best Picture, like overall Best
Yeah,
Picture.
Best
not
Picture.
Like yeah, okay. I was gonna say because Spirited Away won an Oscar for Best Animated Film of that
Oh
year.
yeah, no, animated film, yeah, they
But animated
did that.
film is a category of its own.
Yeah. But it's like this is Best Picture, which in general it usually
Yeah.
goes for like, as people say, Oscar movies, which is like
What
oh
did win then? That was 2010, right?
yes.
2010 Oscar Best Picture
I forget, honestly.
was The Hurt Locker, which I think that's a film about the Iraq War. I haven't seen it though.
It is. It's basically
I've heard
bomb
that's
people.
good though.
I've heard
It's also like a big deal that it was like a women director who won
Yep.
a lot of awards for it.
She was the director for Zero Dark 30 too.
So I'm looking up another list right now. The 35 most profitable films of all time based on return on investment.
On box office
This would be
or
kind of a different
overall?
thing because this one is based on like, subtracting the earnings from the budget rather than just
well-
like the highest grossing.
Wait, is this for like overall, like the film, like the box office, or overall, like with also DVD and other sales?
I would assume it would include other sales as well, but I'm just going down the
Okay.
list right now. Oh well, the number one is a porn film from the 70s
Oh,
because that stuff is also of course very cheap
oh,
to
is,
make.
is that
so it's
isn't
like,
that Deep Throat?
yes.
Oh yeah, Deep Throat was the only feature-length porn film, because after that they banned porn films.
That was shown in like regular like movie theaters at the
Yeah,
time,
and
I
no
think,
one
wasn't
knew.
it?
Yeah, no one knew the exact what it was until.
Oh, they
too
didn't
late.
know it was pornographic at the time.
Yeah, no, they never knew. No one knew
Oh,
about
God, yeah. Well, people should know that so like kids don't go see it.
it. Well, it was too late, unfortunately.
Yeah. So
That's why they banned
because,
it.
it was like a 70s porn movie. Like it had a budget of $25,000, but its profit was over 22 million.
Because everyone wanted the porn.
Number 2, Facing the Giants, which looks like a football movie.
What is Faces of Giants?
I guess it's also like a very small film because 2006 it had a $100,000 budget but made 38 million.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, as it says on this thing, it's like sports movies make a lot of money because they can be marketed for like, Christian audiences and stuff.
There's also the
It's
fact.
both a sports movie and a Christian genre, which makes a lot of money. Yeah, that's not surprising.
I mean, there's also the fact of movies that like talk about like racism and all that stuff, and it's like, oh, those are Oscar movies because why not?
I mean, movies that address racism aren't necessarily like huge earning movies, though.
No, they're not, but they generally are like the winners.
It depends
of
on what kind of
Oscars.
movie it is.
Yeah, true.
Like, I think there's a movie I like a lot called Moonlight, which like it won a Best Picture Oscar, but I don't think really people knew what that movie was until it like won that.
I mean, same thing goes.
Because
with,
that was a movie about both racism and like
I mean, those are
homophobia and
yeah.
like the crack epidemic of the 80s.
Yeah, the only problem, like a lot of people complain though, it's like if you make a movie like that, you're almost guaranteed a nomination for Best Oscar as long as it's done well. That's what I hear a lot of times.
I mean, as long as black people didn't actually make it, then it'll probably get an Oscar nomination, right? Number 3 is Paranormal Activity.
oh
I haven't
right.
seen that one, but $450,000 budget and like 89 million in profits.
I mean, he has made Blumhouse Entertainment.
Fireproof. I've never heard of that movie.
It almost sounds like Firewatch.
Another Christian drama focused on the deterioration of the marriage between a fire captain and his hospital administrator wife, and how the threat of divorce turns him into a changed man. Oh, I think I might have heard about this movie in like a podcast I listened to. It was like sort of it was like a media criticism podcast, and they were like critiquing like Christian cinema and how it like stigmatizes divorce and stuff by making these like dumb movies that are like encouraging couples to not get divorced no matter what their circumstances.
That's true.
Number 5 is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's not surprising.
The
that would be
original
on the
one,
list.
right?
Because that one was like a dirt cheap movie with like no budget, but of course it was hugely successful.
Oh yeah, it's like almost like all the original horror movies. Like
Yeah,
pretty
like
much.
Halloween will probably be on this list as well.
Yeah, because like wasn't that like 10,000?
First Halloween was made for like 300,000.
300,000? Was it really that much?
Yeah.
I thought it was much
I mean,
cheaper.
that's cheap. That's cheap for a movie budget because you got to like pay the actors and get all the equipment.
I mean,
and
yeah,
stuff.
that is still cheap, but
I mean, it's like of course like the movie Deep Throat. It's like all you need to like make like a porn film probably is just like a one room set and like some cameras and microphones. Like you don't need to explore different settings.
I mean, Deep Throat was
If
more
it's
of
an
a
X-rated movie.
yeah, but it was also I think also a slight documentary, a porno. I don't know, maybe not.
But yeah, have you heard like the trivia of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? It's really funny. It's very similar to the trivia we read about Halloween, where it's like the making of the movie was like it was like so brutal that like the director was hated by like all of the actors in that movie for what he had to put them through to make it.
I mean, it was like
it was
a
like they
very
made it in the summer in
psychological.
Texas in like a cabin without air conditioning. It was like 100 degrees out like every day, and like they had to film for like over 10 hours at a time. Because they were like filming with rented equipment and needed to get the movie done like as soon as possible. And like the guy who played Leatherface had to put on that costume like every day for like 10 hours a day or something for like a month straight, and like they couldn't wash the outfit or anything because they were worried that they would like damage the costume at the laundromat or something. So he was just wearing the same old like sweaty outfit every day for like a month. And like apparently he smelled so bad that like the other actors didn't want to eat with him during lunch breaks.
Oh, that sucked.
And so it like strained the relationship between the cast because like none of them were like talking to him between takes. And there was one bit I heard about where like Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a really scary movie. It's actually like really intense even today. But basically there's a part in the movie where like the girl who's been kidnapped, like one of the people from like the Psycho family like cuts her finger open and like sucks her blood. And like her reaction of like screaming in horror was actually like real in that moment, because they were supposed to just like pop open like a blood packet that was like attached to her hand or something. But like the blood packet kept like defecting and like wasn't working. And so finally the actor just got like so pissed off that he like actually cut her finger open. And her like reaction was genuine.
That sounds disturbing.
Yeah.
That's
Well, they were all like going crazy making that movie because of like all the stress they were under and
See,
like
that-
the weather conditions and stuff.
See, that's a thing nowadays. Like, I really hope nowadays they don't ever do that. Like, have those.
Yeah,
kind of-
you can hope with how much easier it is to make movies now, and like how equipment is like more accessible. That
But-
like people don't have to be put through horrible conditions to make a movie.
Like, I get Stanley Kubrick is a visionary.
Yeah,
like,
with The
stuff.
Shining, and yeah, he had a bad relationship with a lot of his casts because
Yeah.
of like his perfectionism.
Yeah, so it's like it's one of those things is that one of like psychological with the actors. Like, yes, you can have actors not like talk to each other or like in a sense like be buddies, but at the same time, I don't like having like literally messing their psychological affairs just like as mental people, like just to make
Yeah.
a movie.
Another Kubrick thing was in the movie A Clockwork Orange. Like if you've ever seen like a thing in like TV shows or like movies where there's this sort of like trope of like prying somebody's eyeballs open and like
Yeah,
making
I've
them
always
watch,
seen
like
that.
a movie screen.
Yeah, I've seen that all the time. I knew
That sort of concept originates from A Clockwork Orange, where
Yeah,
like
I remember
they
hearing that.
try to like desensitize this like mentally unstable guy from like committing violence by like forcing him to watch like violent movies. And they use like certain like hooks to like prop his eyes open for that like scene in the movie.
That was
And
like
they had
dangerous.
they had an actual like optometrist standing next to him like applying eye drops to like make sure his eyes were like safe. But he ended up like doing some damage to one of his eyes anyway, just because of like the hooks prying his eyes open for like several minutes at a time.
That's still dangerous. Like, that just gets to a point where it just gets a little too much.
Yeah, it's a risky shot to do that kind of thing. All right, next on the list is The Gallows, which looks like it's probably a recent horror movie from 2015.
2015, really?
Oh, this is a Warner Bros. Movie too, so it's like a big studio, you know, but it only costs 100 grand to make.
Mhm.
Number 7, Eraserhead. I had to watch that movie in college for a film class.
Or Razorhead.
Eraserhead. It's like a really trippy, like, kind of surreal movie, but it kind of has some like body horror kind of stuff going on. Like, it's not like a creepy horror movie, but it's just like really weird and trippy and doesn't really make sense.
Hmm.
It's like a really like experimental kind of movie. So it cost 100 grand to make and made like a little over 4.5 million in profit.
Oh, really?
It's by David Lynch. He's like a famous director.
I remember.
now.
Isn't he the Social Network guy?
No, that was
I thought it was David
directed Social
something.
Network. That was David Finch, the guy who directed Fight Club.
David Lynch, David
Or
Finch.
David Fincher. Fincher, that's right.
David Fincher and David Lynch. They sound so similar.
Yeah. An Inconvenient Truth. That was like the Al Gore global warming documentary. I mean, that movie probably made a lot of money, both from like in theaters and from like Al Gore being in it, but also from like that movie is probably shown in schools and stuff a lot too.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't think I ever watched it, though.
I haven't seen it.
Hmm.
The Big Parade, which is a movie from 1925, so it's probably like a silent film. An acclaimed silent World War I film, which is like it's like in the National Film Registry. So, cheap movie to make, or well, I guess $245,000 is probably still fairly expensive for a movie in the 20s, though.
245?
Yeah, but that's in 1925, so that was like a lot of money.
Oh,
back
yeah.
then.
I would say, yeah, that's like close to almost 100 billion.
But 11 million in profits is probably like close to like 100 million profit by today's standard.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Number 10, The Devil Inside. So I'm telling you, like, horror movies can be made very cheaply but make a whole lot of money.
Yep. That's for sure.
A Charlie Brown Christmas at number 11.
Charlie Brown Christmas.
I have it on VHS.
Oh, man. I forgot the Peanut. I need to watch the Peanut movie, the new one.
Okay, I thought you said I forgot my penis.
Well, that's going on the quote board for the late night hours.
I was like, wait, what?
Well, yes, James, I forgot my penis.
Number 12
I
is
need-
Peter Pan.
I need
the
help
original
looking.
Peter Pan film.
Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot. That was back in not the 1940s. Was it
53.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an old one. I remember watching it, I was a little kid and thinking that movie, like, it's like, as a kid watching that movie, I didn't really have much awareness of how old that movie was at the time that I watched it.
I thought, like, I literally thought I think, like, Pinocchio, I thought that was one of the more, like, it looked older because based on, like, I watched the Renaissance era. But I thought it was, like, probably, like, back in 1980s, 1970s at the very
Oh, Pinocchio's like the 1940s, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it was like the next movie after Snow White. It's like 1930s. And it was
Yeah, dude.
I was like, as a kid, I thought I was like, oh yeah, this movie probably came out like a decade later than the other movies. It's like, nope, it came out way earlier, like pretty much during like right before World War II. Because like Snow White was the very first theatrical film, animated film, in animated color.
Number 13, Cat People, which is a horror movie from 1942.
For a second, I thought you were going to say Cats, the horror film.
Alright, so here's your synopsis of this movie. Jacques Tourneur's 1942 classic proves that horror films have long been a profitable endeavor. In this case, a young woman named Irina fears that she is descended from a mythical family of felines and that any feelings of passion could turn her into a bloodthirsty panther. None of this dissuades her boyfriend, Oliver, who asks her to marry him nonetheless. When Irina withholds her passion for her husband for his own sake, he falls in love with another woman, and all hell breaks loose.
What?
So, I guess, like, she's descended from cats, and if she gets, like, too passionate or angry, she, like, becomes a crazy cat woman.
Oh
So
wait,
it's like the Hulk, but she turns into a cat. Instead.
yeah. Oh yeah.
This is like before the Hulk existed.
Oh wait, James. So Kyle and I a couple nights ago, I was looking on like Amazon Prime because I had some movies that I could watch for free because I have Prime. I actually saw something called The Velocipriest.
Oh,
And you-
Velocipaster.
yeah, The Lost of the Pastor. Yeah, do you remember? You know that movie? Oh,
Yeah,
you did you watch it?
No, I just saw the ad for it.
You saw an ad for it, really?
Or not ad. I just saw it like listed on like other movies. Like
Really? I was like reading it. And it was just like this almost sounds like it sounds crazier than Abraham Lincoln, the Vampire Slayer, which I honestly do want to watch just because of how ridiculous
Oh
it is.
god, that reminds me of there was one time in Stek 8, I don't know if this is freshman or sophomore year for me. It was probably freshman year. There was this one dude, bro, who like got us to start watching this movie in the lounge called FDR American Badass.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like the stupidest fucking comedy. It was so dumb. Justin actually walked out of that movie because there was just like this stupid like racist caricature of Japanese people in the movie, and he was kind of like done with it at that point.
Makes sense.
All right.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say is like at one point I do want to watch like just really bad movies, not just because of The Room or they're famous. I just want to see like really B-list, C-list movies out of randomness, just to see like what they are without knowing much context, whether they're famous or not.
For you, back when I was taking a trash cinema film class at Western, I mean, some of them are like very sexual that we watched in that class, but like there's this one that we watched called Double Agent 73, which is like it was like sort of a parody of like spy movies like James Bond, but like it was also kind of mocking what's called the sexploitation genre, which is like movies that were big in like the 60s and 70s of like, you know, basically like softcore porn movies, you know, like
Yeah.
they were like actual movies that like they weren't like X-rated movies, but they like very much
Try to get
relied
close.
on like the attractive actresses to like sell the movie.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of those films.
And so it was a parody of that, but it was made by a woman who was just like mocking the whole genre, and it's like basically this like actress who has like very gigantic breasts who like she's on like a spy mission, so she gets like a camera implemented in her boobs and has to like assassinate some people and like take photographs of them every time she kills someone. And her way of like photographing them is by like
Squeezing
basically
her
like
breasts.
derobing and squeezing her breast. Yeah, so it's like it was like very like cheesy and funny, but like I don't know, I enjoyed it. Like there are a lot of film snobs in that class who like to complain about how bad those movies are, but I thoroughly enjoyed most of the movies we watched for that class. There was another one that I would recommend that you can probably find online. In fact, I think I found it for free when I had to write an essay on it. It was a movie from the 60s called Blood Feast.
Oh.
And it was like a really like trash tier, low budget horror film. Like it was actually pretty notable because it was like one of the first like horror films in color to be like really bloody. I mean, the blood looks really fake and like cheesy by today's standards, but it was just like it was such a terrible horror film that it was basically more of a comedy.
Yeah. I still want to watch the Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer. That movie was
I recommend Blood Feast. Like there's
I'll probably we make it like a movie night and there will be more.
Sure. Like when I had to do, I wrote an essay on it, like just kind of analyzing like the way like that movie kind of transcends genre because of certain elements that like make it more of a comedy than a horror.
Oh yeah.
Like and I read like some like critic reviews of the movie where it's like there were some critics calling it like absolutely terrible and stuff, and like saying like the director of it should be like embarrassed or whatever. And the director is just super sassy in response. Where he's like, I don't know what the film critics have like deluded themselves with to make themselves think that we're taking this movie seriously. Like they did all of the filming for the movie in like 2 weeks or something.
That just sounds like it was just like whatever film. They just did it because they wanted to do it just for fun.
I mean, they had fun with it, and the movie probably still made a lot of movie when it came out.
I mean, anything with like woman, like with that kind of Like,
Oh well, Blood Feast wasn't some. I mean, it did involve like a dude having to kill women because that was like a, that's a trope. But that movie wasn't as like sexualized as a lot of other movies are. All right, continue down the list. Number 14, Waiting, which I guess is like a low budget comedy, but it has Ryan Reynolds in it, so.
It must be before he got super famous.
It was from 2005, so he probably wasn't well known at the time.
No, he wasn't at the time. Yeah, definitely not. His
God's Not Dead.
I think his biggest.
15.
Yeah. Oh yeah, God's Not Dead. I think
I haven't seen that, but I've heard of it because I was also talked about that same podcast I was talking about, where like they were critiquing like, like Christian cinema.
Yeah.
I think that was also one where it's like an atheist who becomes like convinced to believe in God or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like, actually, one funny film that reminds me of that. I don't know if you guys heard of it. Like, what was it? The Gods. It's like. Oh man, now I forgot the film name. It was based in Africa. Couples and it follows one like African, like who can't speak.
About like a missionary or something?
No. It was not a Christian film. It was literally just pure.
Okay. I thought that's the topic that we were on. Okay.
No, it was like the gods. Like it was something with gods. Like it was like gods, but no, it wasn't like God betrayed us or something. It's like. It was a decent length of word, but it had the gods. And it was just more about like, oh, like the first film was literally about this African who like, okay, so it was back in like the old like 90s where like the Africans were like introduced to technology or anything. And so like one of the things was like, oh, a guy in an airplane drinks a whole Coca-Cola and just throws it out the window. This is the first movie, by the way, because there's two of them. And he throws out the window, and then basically the premise is that this bottle came from the gods, and it's like, oh, this is a cursed item because it hurt us, kind of thing. And so he needs to throw it at the end of the earth. And so he goes on this mission across Africa to find to the ends of the earth.
Oh, is it called The Gods Must Be Crazy?
Yeah, Gods Must Be Crazy, that movie. I remember
it. It's from 1980, yeah. I'm just like doing vague Google searches based on what you're talking about to hunt down what this movie is. I think I've heard of that movie before.
I remember watching it, and I do agree with my brother. The first film is funny. The second one's not as funny, but it's definitely a film. I think like it's not well known. And it's one of those things like you appreciate its like style if you watch it.
It's a South African film. Okay.
I think
Pretty obscure.
yeah, it's pretty obscure. Like I think if you guys watch it, you guys will actually find it pretty funny. I think watching the first one will probably make you guys enjoy it. The second one's not that big, but it's still decent.
Mm-hmm. All right, continuing down the list, Grease. Like the musical Grease.
Oh, that one's with
John Travolta.
Yeah, that was one of his big breaks after everything.
Yeah. I remember my mom told me about when like a Saturday Night Fever was like a huge hit when she was in like high school or something. Like the disco craze that came from that movie.
Oh, was that the start of it all?
I think that movie was like a huge, like the movie soundtrack was like a huge seller on like vinyl and like got like a lot of radio play.
I guess so, yeah.
Because this was in like the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Continuing down, interestingly enough, High School Musical.
Well, it was...
Again, that's also the kind of thing that doesn't really need a high budget because it can make that on like a cheap set and it doesn't need like stunts or like effects or anything.
You just need choreography and just music and that's it.
Yeah, so $4,200,000 budget and $123 million in profit. Oh, this is an interesting one. Like, it makes sense when you think about it. Number 18 is Star Wars: A New Hope.
Oh, right, yeah, because
it was an $11 million budget, but obviously hugely successful.
Well, yeah, because like have you heard the story about what happened during the production?
You told me about how like George Lucas was like totally shat on like the entire time and like nobody took him seriously.
Yeah, he had to pay a lot of it out of pocket, even some of the sets that were destroyed. Like watching like Alec Guinness say like he was reading the script, he's like, yeah, it was appalling, but it was so engaging. the writing of the dialogue mainly.
An enjoyable movie for like it's like a 70s sci-fi. Like
Mm-hmm.
I remember like when I was reading a thing about like Blade Runner, where it's like there's this one. It was like the what was it called? Like the National Special Effects Association or something. Basically, like an association of like special effects artists or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
who like made their list of like the most like aesthetically influential films of all time.
Oh yeah.
And like Blade Runner was #2 on that. I was expecting the #1 to be Space Odyssey, but it was actually #3 because A New Hope was the #1.
Oh really?
In terms of that movie having like, you know, because it was like a huge pop sci-fi film, so it had like a huge influence on like the sci-fi genre and like the aesthetics of later sci-fi films after it came out.
Makes sense. Actually, Kyle, I was actually thinking one thing on like because I know that soon you have to go back to work, but on Fridays, like we discussed that you could take over it or whatnot.
Uh-huh.
We could always just like end it early, as I said, like and just watch a cast night on that because most people should be relatively free on those nights.
We could, sure.
Yeah, I need just like watch a cast or
Depends
a
on what I'm
show.
doing with like playing Vietnamese Crystal or whatever.
Yeah, I mean you are. I saw you were pretty far, so.
Yeah, I finished the second gym during the time we were playing.
And then you got Whitney, the worst.
Yeah, Whitney's gonna be hard. I don't have like any fighting type Pokemon or anything like that yet.
Yeah.
So far, I've gotten by with just Quilava, Madak, and the Onyx.
Madak. The Onyx is
Madak.
gonna. The Onyx is gonna. Soon enough.
I will deposit that
Yeah.
because that mofo is not obeying me.
Yeah, cause like you need while it's great, the only problem is with that is just it just doesn't listen to you well.
Yeah, it's a good strat to have for the first gym if you pick Cyndaquil or Chikorita because you have a huge disadvantage in type.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, because Totodile can just totally like yeet through the first gym. Because
Yeah.
that's what you do with speed running. Like you just have Totodile use Rage over and over, and it gets stronger with each hit, so you can just like tear everything down.
Oh right, yeah, I forgot.
That's the
Rage.
speedrun strat, starting with Totodile.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about that.
All right, continuing down the list, number 19, Paranormal Activity 2. So another movie with like no budget, but it was huge. Because that was like a found footage.
Yeah, because
horror, right?
Paranormal Activity was a huge success. It reached over 200 million over like a 45,000 budget.
Yeah.
So they
and
decided to
I'm looking at the
increase
screenshot. I think it's like a found footage thing, right? Which means
Oh,
that
yeah.
the whole movie is basically like a mounted camera.
Oh yeah, no,
Capturing, like, murder or whatever.
every single movie, a Paranormal Activity movie, is actually just found footage. I've seen the trailers. The fourth one just
Yeah.
got really weird, and the fifth one got even weirder.
They made that many? The second one only came out in 2010.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I feel young now. Yeah, no, they made 6. No, not 6, 5. I don't know if they made 6, but I
Oh
know
my
they
God,
made
dude,
5.
That's so many sequels within such a short time.
Oh yeah, no, it was like I saw the third. I didn't see the third. I saw like the trailer of the third, and I was just like, oh, okay, well. And I saw the fourth one. I was like, wait, what? And it was like it got really weird, and then because like it got with superpowers kind of thing, and then the fifth one was like, okay, this got even weirder because it's like going into a different dimension.
Yeah, so it's saying here on the list, we're only at number 19 right now, going down this, but it's
Yeah.
like, this is the 7th horror movie to appear on the list so far. Because horror movies, you can just have such tiny budgets, but make so much money.
I mean, as we said, like it's most likely gonna be like the early ones.
I'm honestly surprised there hasn't been, like, more porn films or something, but, like...
I mean, these are feature films, so like in theaters.
Yeah, oh, that's true, that's right, that Deep Throat would be, like, the only one that would be shown in, like, a major theater.
I mean, if you go with any other porn film, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they would have like be up there, but you have to look on that list specifically.
Right. And I'm not gonna look that up, dude.
They made so many spoofs. I keep sometimes seeing like some of the people I follow on Twitter posts like, oh yeah, they made a porn film on the Avengers, or like Final Fantasy, or like any other game series like Pokemon. It's like, do I really need to know this? Because some of those costumes look really disturbing.
Number 20, Insidious.
Cities.
If there's another cheap horror movie. At this point, they're not even giving long explanations of the movies in this article. They're just like, yeah, it's another horror movie.
That's funny.
Number 21, Split.
Oh right, I remember
Which
seeing
is
the
an
trailer.
M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Yeah, it's basically it follows someone making a different new egg person, but it kills everyone. It was very horrific. The trailer looked really horrific.
Number 22, Intouchables.
I think I heard of
There's
that movie.
a French buddy comedy, so it's from France. That's probably the only non-American movie on the list so far, right?
I mean, yeah, America rules.
Scrolling through, I
the
think
movie
everything else
industry.
on here is American.
Yeah, because America rules the American movie industry,
Yeah. But, like, no British movies or anything yet either.
which is kind of sad, but it kind of makes sense.
Number 23, Young Frankenstein. That movie's made in 1974, but it's like a black and white film.
Young Frankenstein. No, not that was. I'm thinking Frankenweenie.
Number 24, It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, wasn't that the Christmas? No, that was talk about the stock
Yeah, it's
market.
a Christmas movie from the 40s.
Yeah, wasn't that about talk about the Great Depression?
I think so. I haven't seen it.
I think I remember seeing a bit of that talking about something like that.
Number 25, Reservoir Dogs. I haven't
never
seen that movie,
no,
but I've
I
heard
never
it's
s-
really good.
I've heard of it, but I never seen it.
Early Quentin Tarantino.
Mm-hmm. Before he got super famous with Kill Bill and stuff.
Number 26, Jaws.
Oh yeah.
And that movie had a decent budget, but it was like hugely, hugely successful in theaters
Yeah.
because of like the shark panic and people watching that.
Apparently, the opening sequence with the girl being dragged around was actual real hurt from the actress, because apparently the thing that was supposed to drag her around as the shark was supposed to eat her was actually pulling on her so hard that she was in pain. So
Yeah, they can probably like pull some muscles in your legs if you're being dragged around in the water.
yeah, so it's like that was like an error on their part, but it provided into the final cut.
We go to sleep.
All right, good night, James.
Alright, good night.
Take care. Talk to you later, man.
Good night.
Night.
Shout out to James for appearing on the film episode of Retrobound Podcast. 27, Annabelle.
Never heard of that.
Another horror film from 2014.
Yeah, no, I heard of Annabelle, but I never heard of.
It looks like
27.
it's judging from the screenshot, it's one of those kind of like Chucky kind of movies, where it's like a haunted puppet or something.
Oh yeah, Annabelle is actually based off a real doll that supposed to be was very haunted, and it was a childhood toy for someone.
Next, number 28, Beauty and the Beast, the original one. So it had a $20 million budget. So that's like an expensive movie. It's just it made so much in return.
I mean, the Renaissance era is literally at this point a lot of people's childhood, so
This is the start of like the
resurgence.
I guess because it's early 90s, it's like the era of like VHS movies, like
It-
the start of like VHS Disney.
It was also the start of people having TVs in their homes a lot of times, so they're able to see a lot
This
of the
is
commercials.
1991, so people had TVs.
Yeah, so
But-
they had TVs,
Like
but
TVs existed before that. Like my mom had a TV in her home when she was growing up.
yeah, but it's like it wasn't as like consumer level kind of thing.
But home video, I guess.
Yeah, it's like this was getting the start of the era of people having oh my god,
Because
watermelons.
now that I think about it, my mom told me about the days when they had to when she was in college and they had to rent a VCR from somewhere
Oh yeah,
to watch movies in like the mid 80s.
dude.
So 1991 is when home video was like a thing.
Dude, Kyle, look at these watermelons. They look so appetizing.
Oh, dude, I'm getting so hungry looking at those 2D watermelons.
They're even just the same picture.
Those textures, that's beautiful. And look at it's got the same texture as like the umbrellas and like the
Yeah,
little tarp thing above you too.
yeah. Well,
All right.
talk about limited.
Continue. I was just about to read the next movie on the list.
Keep going. I'm interested in all this stuff anyway.
29, The King's Speech.
Oh right, that won Best Picture.
Oh, that doesn't hold up. It was made by the Weinstein Company.
Wait, what happened?
Oof.
Oh wait, Weinstein. Yes.
Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, I just remembered who's Harvey Weinstein. Wait, The King's Speech came out in 2009?
2010.
Oh, 2010. Okay, that makes more sense because I didn't think it was 29. No, not 2009 is what I'm saying.
Number 30, Magic Mike.
Oh my God, Magic Mike.
That's like a story like male strippers or something,
yep,
right?
that's literally about male strippers. It's basically like it's the actor for 21 Jump Street, Channing Tatum. That's his, like, it's a stripper. They made Magic Mike extra large too.
Oh, number 31, The Fault in Our Stars.
I heard that was good.
Again, that's like a teen drama, so it's not something that would be super expensive to make, but would make a lot of money.
Yep.
I've never read that book or seen the film, but you know, it's like about like a.
I've heard it was.
It's like about cancer patients who fall in love or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Number 32, The Purge.
Oh yeah, that one. That's a horror film that made so many sequels. Like, I think they're on number 5 or 3 or 5, one of those two.
I'm surprised that Halloween. Oh, I'm scrolling down right now. Halloween's not even on here.
Well,
I think this guy, he's not making a list of records. I think he's just choosing movies to note that are like hugely successful.
That's kind of sucks.
Number 33, Slumdog Millionaire.
I think I might have seen that. Was that a Disney film? No, I think I've
I haven't seen it. Romantic drama. I haven't seen Slumdog Millionaire. Number 34, Black Swan. I mean, that's like the fucked up one, right?
That's the Natalie Portman one.
It's like a psychological horror kind of thing.
Was it psychological horror? I know it's just Natalie Portman.
Or something like that, or like a thriller, a psychological thriller.
Yeah, because Natalie Portman kisses herself or something like that.
She's got like a dark personality or something.
Yep.
And number 35, the last on the list, Unfriended.
Oh, that one's the horrific Skype one. That was weird.
Yeah, this looks creepy just looking at this. So it came out in 2015, but its budget was $1 million.
Wow. Yeah,
because
basically.
again, it's found footage, and so it doesn't need to like cost anything.
Yeah, the basic premise of that, based on it's basically like these kids with Skype. By the way, this is how old it is. We're chatting in Skype, and the idea was that I think like one of them like they had a party and one of them died because they took pictures of them. It's like, oh yeah. It's like, oh, look at this person. It's like, haha, and they basically died. And so it was like, okay. And then one night they all started chatting. It's like, okay, hey. And it's like, hey, who's this person? It was like their dead friend's account with no picture. And they just like, hang up that person. It's like, no, it doesn't. And then it's like kept typing. It's like, you betrayed me, you killed me, and now I'm going after you. And then each one of them like disappears, and like you see pictures of videos of them actually not facing the camera, but someone behind them and killing them, and then also killing themselves with a gun and a blender, all that stuff. It was like, it's creepy. Like, it was so, like, it looked interesting as a topic, but it was like so creepy. Like, it was like, I don't know, there's something about that movie was just like, it was beyond my like taste.
That was the end of the list on that page.
That's not a very good list.
I'm skimming through some other stuff of like the most profitable movies. There are some sites that are like being an ass and like telling me to turn off my ad blocker.
Oh yeah, I hate that. There's a reason why I have ad blocker on. There's some like the God dang it, why did I do it again? Like the wikis, those get annoying. Like, you know when you look up like any wiki, like Animal Crossing wiki, like they have like so many ads. Like,
yeah, the thing for me, it's like, I know there's like the idea, it's like, oh, I'm not letting them make profit from advertisers, but like the reason why I have ad block on is because there are so many like sites, including like major news sites, that have like all these annoying pop-up ads and video ads like slow down the loading your page when you're just trying to read like a news article or something.
Yeah, there's a point where I would accept like side ads like on the side. Like if you put like one or two, like one on the side and the other on the one side, just don't spam like a video ad that I hate. I really hate video ads because like, they always scare me. It's like, what the heck is going on? That's just my personal thing. I don't turn on ads. I turn on ads for like YouTube at least because at least those are more respectable ads. But that's just me. Oh, come on.
There's another one where it's like an answer to a question on Quora of like the most profitable films in terms of like budget with
Quora?
profits. Quora, it's like a question and answer.
Oh, you mean the website, not Quora Avatar.
No.
I was just like,
So
I was.
somebody's making
Avatar.
their little top 10 of like the most profitable small budget movies, which are going for number 10, The Conjuring,
Oh, was it small? I thought it was
20 million,
really. I thought it was.
with a box office of 318 million.
I would not expect that to be such a small one. It looked higher.
Number 9, My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Hey,
I
on
don't know about this movie, but it's been mentioned before. Oh, it's Tom Hanks' wife
Oh, yeah.
was the star.
and it STK. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to my stream at this late hour. What you're hearing now is just me and my friend Kyle here talking about most profitable low budget films while I play Toy Story 2 on the side. Just something for the night chill time. Probably not gonna do this like for too much longer, but it's just like a nice chill time for us. You're welcome to join.
Number 8, The Full Monty.
Who the heck is that?
When was this made? It doesn't say on here. But it's like a British film about a dozen blue-collar blokes down on their luck after losing their steel mill jobs.
Really?
Number 7 is Saw.
Oh, yeah, Saw. I would say so too. Yeah. Okay, there.
Number 6, Rocky.
Oh, Rocky. Like Rocky was a
It
sleeper
was
hit.
made on less than $1 million.
Yeah, it was made on a sleeper hit. Like it barely got even accepted, and then, like it was not even advertised. Like I think it was only given one trailer. That's it. But it was so good that it won its budget back. Like Rocky was one of those movies that, like, I watched it. I thought it was all right, but
I haven't seen it.
it's like it's one of those movies that I don't think, like I don't know. Was it made in the 80s, right?
I think Rocky was the 70s, I think.
Was it the 70s?
I think so. And look, this list isn't listing the dates of these movies.
But it might be the era, and it's like I'm not used to it.
1976.
I guess I never watched many 70s movies, but it's one of those movies that, why is there water underneath rock? Jeez. Well, I mean like droplets, but it wasn't as, in my personal opinion, it wasn't as good as people hyped it up to be like the best. Like it won Best Picture. It won like a lot of awards, and it was like, could people consider like the best movie at that era? At least that's what I hear. So I don't think it's that great of a movie. I mean, I could see the effort and everything it put into it. I don't know. I just don't feel like it's that great of a movie to be considered like such a big movie. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion.
Number 5, American Graffiti.
And I heard of it, never seen it.
Like very early George Lucas.
Oh, George Lucas was the one who made it?
Yeah. Number 4, Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, I never watched that film. I remember hearing about it, but never.
I haven't watched it in full, but I remember that was a big like early 2000s sensation.
I remember that.
Number 3, the original Mad Max.
Mad Max. Oh,
I haven't
right.
seen any of those. It's like an action movie series.
Yeah, I want to watch the Mad Max because I kind of want to go. I gotta go since it's a bit. But yeah, well, if you
Number-
want to catch me tomorrow, I start at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Join me then. We hang out and do some other games. So hope to see you then. Follow me, and I hope to catch you later, man. Take care and have a good night.
Number 2 is the Blair Witch Project. So again, found footage movie.
Oh yeah.
$60,000 budget, huge success. I think that was like the OG found footage film that made that like a popular genre.
Hmm.
So that was like the late 90s, I think. And number 1 on this list is Paranormal Activity. Oh, that was made on $15,000? Wow.
Was it 15?
The first Paranormal Activity, and this is in like the late 2000s or something.
Thank you for
$15,000
Thank you for the
budget.
follow. There are your eyes, and that. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Sleep well, man. Was it 15? I thought it was 45,000.
$15,000. That's crazy. That is so cheap.
$15,000.
That like dwarfs the like that's like cheaper than like Halloween and stuff, which is like a dirt cheap movie for its time. I mean, I guess when you're making
15,000.
found footage, the whole purpose is that you're using cheap ass equipment to make like the footage.
I
but-
mean, that was literally all his home. Like the acting and everything was straight up him, his family, and his home and his own equipment. So technically speaking, the only thing that he had to pay for was I guess edit like the cameras if he didn't
Oh,
have
well, okay.
one.
I'm looking up on Wikipedia, and that number is kind of misleading. So it's the filming, like the shooting of the movies for $15,000, and then they gave the footage to Paramount Pictures, and they edited it. Which by the time the editing process was done, it cost $215,000.
I mean,
So editing the film cost more, but the shooting of the movie was super cheap.
shooting. Yeah, no, it's like because like I think I'm pretty sure he just paid for the cameras. That's it. Because his
Yeah,
family
so
technically.
I'm just reading the synopsis here. It centers on a young couple who are haunted by a supernatural presence in their home. They then set up a camera to document what is haunting them. The film utilizes found footage conventions that were mirrored in the later films of the series. Blah, blah, blah. So the film was shot for $15,000. It was then acquired by Paramount Pictures and modified, particularly with a new ending that cost an additional total of $200,000.
Jeez, really?
Film earned nearly $108 million in the U.S. box office, a further $85 million internationally, totaling $193 million.
Jeez.
It is the most profitable film ever made based on return on investment, although such figures are difficult to verify independently as this is likely to exclude marketing costs.
Wow.
But that's the world record of the most profitable film.
Wait.
I mean, I suppose that one list that had Deep Throat would well, actually, even then, this movie probably made more than that did
Wait. Are you saying
in
for
return on investment.
You're saying that for Paranormal Activity, right?
I'm saying that. Well, I was questioning. Let me look back on that one list about the most profitable movies, because they might not be counting like X-rated films. But if Deep Throat costs like $25,000 to make or something,
I would say
according
Deep
to that
Throat was
list.
definitely one of the biggest, like, most budget films ever. Like, well, most profitable, not most budget.
Cost $25,000 and it made. Oh, it made $22 million. So it doesn't even compare still to Paranormal Activity.
Well, wait, Deep Throat was made in 1970s.
That's true.
So it's like if you add inflation, that would definitely be close
That's
to like
fair.
that's
yeah.
like 200 million. So it's like close to. I remember this. Actually, I remember this boss. Wow, I actually remember this boss. Huh. I'm not doing any damage though.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
No worries. I just remember this boss like I remember fighting it actually. I just don't know how to fight it though. As a kid, because like, I never owned this game as a kid. So, oh wait, do I? No. Oh, okay. I got it now. Also, where's the slime in the movie Toy Story 2? A slime monster. Really? I mean, that's fine. I lose a life. I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, just keep shrinking him, I guess. Oh, really? Is that it? I was, like, overthinking it a lot. I literally just have to mash the B button. Seriously? God dang. I don't care if I'm gonna get damaged at this point. Like, I will get healed after each level, I believe. So it's like, this doesn't matter if I get super damaged. I guess I lost a life just testing it out to the waters. This is such... Oh, well, there's a laser beam that would have helped like a long time ago, but no, they didn't decide to do that. God, Buzz, your face. Well, that was a treat. I guess I could do, I guess I could do 100%, because, like, it's just going back doing and I already have a bunch of the other stuff. Because then it's just racing, climbing up for the grapple hook. It's, like, not that bad. These levels are not as long as I thought it'd be. Because I think some of the last levels... Actually, let me look at... How long is Toy Story 2? Like, if it's not that long, it'll be funny. Toy Story 2 and 64 levels. Buzz Lightyear to a rescue. Controversy? Wait, what? Featuring a mustache. A character whose design featured a mustache? Really? Huh. Actually, I'm looking at the levels. Oh, there are 15 levels. Jeez. Well, that's not that bad. Well, I guess I'll keep going, because I'm not exactly tired, and I'm more interested in talking about more movie stuff with Kyle anyway. Because this is halfway through the movie. I mean, how close to 100%ing? I guess, like, actually, it's missing his arm. God dang it, potato head. Actually, like, this game I could beat in like 2 sittings. Wow, why did it take me 3 sittings to beat this?
Alright, everybody, welcome back to the movie edition of Retrobound Podcast.
Yeah.
Welcome to, I don't know, what would like a movie pun be on Retrobound?
Strap yourself in, grab some popcorn. Let's.
No, I'm thinking like a title that would make Retrobound sound more like a film podcast. I don't know.
Action.
Real Bound. Welcome to Real Bound Podcast.
Action Bound. That sounds like an action movie sound only. I just checked.
What other film related topic can we look up next? Do you want to like look up the the IMDb trivia of a certain movie?
Oh yeah. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up IMDb. I actually looked up.
Or just name me a movie and I'll look it up for you.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to pick a good one.
Toy Story 2.
I mean, we could do Toy Story 2 typically, but I guess yeah.
Look up some trivia of this movie, like
yeah. Let's just do some video game.
Let's
Let's do some video game movies. Current one is Toy Story 2. Yeah.
All right, Toy Story 2 IMDb.
It's actually funny because I actually looked at this game. So apparently I'm already halfway through this game, and that only took like a couple hours. So it's like, wow, this game is a lot shorter than I expected, and I took 3 sessions just to do 2 levels. So it's
All
like,
right, Toy Story 2 trivia.
oh, it's also funny, Kyle, that apparently there is a controversial boss in this game. Apparently,
What
that
do you mean by controversial?
I looked on the Wikipedia. So apparently there is a boss in here that depicted like a Mexican like basically a Mexican I wouldn't say terrorist. What's his name? Let me double check it.
Isn't like a luchador wrestler too? I'm trying to
No.
think Toy Story 2 where they're at.
No, well I don't know which boss it is because it's actually according to Wikipedia it's just super vague on that. So according to controversy, at the following initial release, the home console/computer version created controversy for the inclusion of a villain character whose design featured a mustache, a bullet bandolier, and a sombrero. In the late 1999, a peaceful protest with more than 120 people was held outside Activision headquarters by Hispanic activists who perceived the character as an offensive stereotype towards Mexicans. Activision Disney stated that the character's appearance will be altered in future copies, but never recalled in amended current copies. So, I don't think I have ever met this boss because I only met 3 different bosses.
Interesting. I mean, it's like, you know, Disney movies are like, they can be pretty problematic in the portrayal of like gender roles and race in Disney movies. Like, we kind of went over this in a mass media class I took at Western, where like they made a good point about how like
Oh, it's the
a
gunslinger.
lot of villains and bad guys in Disney movies are portrayed as being like black or Hispanic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
for example, like the hyenas in Lion King are like all voiced by black people and like similar things like that.
Oh yeah. It was funny because you know the black people like watermelons kind of racism joke. So
Right.
you know the anime Metabots. At least you heard of it, right?
I've heard of that show, sure.
Yeah. So apparently the English dub voice, because like this was unintentional, by the way. The English dub voice actor is a black man, and apparently in the second episode of the show, they had like the robot Metabee, who is supposed to be a Kabuto Metabot. So, and Kabuto likes sweet things. One of the characters attracted Metabee with a watermelon, and so he acted really interested in a watermelon, which made it look really, well, unintentionally a little racist.
Huh.
It was a little funny like that.
Alright, so Toy Story 2 trivia. For the scene where Woody looks at the merchandise from Woody's Roundup, mock-ups of the toys were shown to Tom Hanks in the recording booth. Hanks' spontaneous reactions to the toys were recorded and used for Woody's dialogue.
Wait,
Interesting.
wait, which scene?
It's like the part in, so it's talking about the part in, like, Owl's apartment in Toy Story 2 where, like, Woody finds all, like, the merchandise
Oh, right.
of Woody's Roundup, and he's like, oh, hey, there's a snake in my boot. I get it. Like,
Oh, so,
so I guess they show, like, sketches of that scene to Tom Hanks, and like, those reactions that Woody has are, like, just kind of genuine things that
oh
Tom
yeah,
Hanks
when he
came up with.
when he threw his ball at his teeth, like, and he's still a good-looking guy.
Right, yeah. So that was, like, Tom Hanks just kind of coming up on the spot and being recorded.
I mean, Tom Hanks is such a good actor. Like, he can improv really well.
This is one of the 3 Disney movies to win a Golden Globe for Best Picture. The other 2 are... Do you want to guess what they are?
Like Disney films,
Disney
right?
movies to win a Golden Globe for Best Picture.
These are any Disney films, or in the sense, it can't be
Any
like
Disney.
Oh, any Disney. Okay.
You can perhaps assume that they'll be older ones because who knows when this was added to the IMDb page.
I am. Let's see. Let me think.
Do you want me to narrow it down?
I guess give me the eras.
They're both from the 90s, the other 2.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking like the Renaissance era. Aladdin.
Nope.
I figured that was not it. What is the 9? I guess like Toy Story 1 would be one.
That is not one of them. Which that's interesting to me because I would consider Toy Story 1 to be better than 2, but
I mean, it's arguable. I actually like as a kid.
I like Toy Story 2 a lot though.
I like Toy Story 1 better than Toy Story 2, and I think Toy Story 2 out of the trilogy is the worst. Out of the trilogy.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't consider them to be like it's hard to call any of them the worst movie, but
I definitely
3 is my favorite.
Yeah, 3 is definitely by far the best in the series in my opinion. It's just between 1 and 2 is just like, which do I say is worse? And I don't want to say because both of them I have
Anyway,
pretty
the
good
other
memory.
Disney movies to win a Golden Globe are Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking Hercules next, so I wouldn't think that.
Hercules is good, but I wouldn't consider that one to be like
Oh yeah, I wouldn't think that as well.
hugely acclaimed.
Actually, Lion King would make a lot
I
of
actually
sense.
just recently watched that movie with Grace for the first time in probably like
the
20 years since I've
Hercules,
seen that movie in full.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
she's like a big fan of some of the songs from that movie.
I would say Hercules is definitely one of my favorite Renaissance Disney films because of the style as well as the songs. Like I also
What do you mean by Renaissance? Are you just talking about like 2D Disney animation?
No, Renaissance era. Do you not know the Silver Age, the Golden Age, and the Renaissance eras?
I've never heard of that term for Disney, no.
Oh yeah, no. So there's a bunch of different terms for Disney in the sense of when they were like great. So there's the Golden Age where Disney started making like really good films like Snow White and Pinocchio kind of thing. Then Silver Age.
You're talking like 40s, 50s?
Yeah, something like that. I believe that's what the Golden Age is. Then there's the Silver Age and like kind of like the Bronze Age where they started going downhill in quality. Say like they had Chicken Little and all that stuff. Well, no, that's like
Chicken Little's the 2000s.
yeah, no, it's like the Silver Age would be like a little bit less quality after that, but the Renaissance Age is when Disney started coming back into full force in the modern era. So that was like during the age of the 90s to early 2000s. So that's
yeah,
the
home video. That's probably like why it would be such
Yeah.
a huge deal at the time.
And then
So
there,
home videos making kids who were growing up watching those movies at home.
yeah, and then there's the ages of Silver Age. I think it's the Silver Age where, as I said, Chicken Little and like Meet the Robinsons were like this age of Disney where it's like it wasn't that great. It was like meh to a lot of people. Like it wasn't quality ones. They were like all right ones. Well, Meet the Robinsons had really great meaning and story. It's just the plot was so much of a mess. And then there's the current one, which I don't even know what it's called right now. Superhero one age, maybe, I have no idea. But yeah, there's multiple ages of Disney, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, that term gets thrown. Terms like that of like Golden Age get thrown around a lot for movies and stuff. I've just never heard it applied to Disney specifically.
I looked it up before, and I'm pretty sure that like you can easily find what ages are what, but it's like that's how it is. Golden Age was like the beginning of Disney. And the Renaissance Age is always the, hey, we got the 2D movies and coming back with like Pixar's and stuff.
All right. There was some discrepancy with regard to the song "When She Loved Me" and its place in the film. That would be the Jessie montage,
Where
where like Jessie's like
What-
owner like got rid of her
What-
after growing up with her.
what would you say this the trivia again?
This is about the song "When She Loved Me,"
Yeah.
like the montage in Toy Story 2,
Oh, yeah,
where it's
yeah.
like Jessie reminiscing about her owner.
Yep.
Randy Newman expressed concern over whether or not young children would be able to sit through the 3-minute ballad, while both Tim Allen and Tom Hanks admitted to being moved to tears by the scene featuring the song. On an unrelated note, like occasionally I've read threads on Reddit about like the nicest and meanest celebrities or whatever, like
Yeah.
people's experience meeting celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like Tom Hanks is universally considered like a super nice and kind person
Yeah.
who loves to interact with fans and kids, whereas apparently Tim Allen is like kind of a douchebag in real life.
Oh yeah, no, I've always heard that. Like,
It's kind of a bummer that Buzz Lightyear is like an asshole in real life.
yeah, because like one thing I always give celebrities the benefit of the doubt though is that they are celebrities. Once you become like a huge
I get that it
A-
would be annoying to get that much attention all the time and like
Yeah.
want your privacy and be sick of being harassed in public.
Yeah, and at least like I guess, give it to Tom Hanks for actually engaging with fans after all these years. Because honestly, with him being that big, I don't think he will have that much of a privacy life anymore outside.
Yeah, but the big thing I've heard of is like I think I've seen threads of people who like worked at like a place where they had like a celebrity as a customer, or there are people who would be like saying like I was like a waiter at like a really high class restaurant in LA,
Mm-hmm.
and they were saying like it's like one thing to not want to deal with fan interactions, but it's like another thing where it's like you're a waiter for a celebrity and they turn out to be like a complete asshole to like their waiter,
Yeah. Yeah.
like acting like super entitled and like yelling at the waiter for the food taking too long or whatever.
Yeah. That's one of the things that
I've seen like one thread of a guy just talking about some celebrities who are just like really mean and jerkish. There was another kind of funny comment where they were like, Edward Norton wasn't mean per se, but he had his head up his ass and was like trying to impress his date too much or something.
Yeah, he's a little egotistical. Yeah.
He's like just really full of himself and like takes his like work too seriously.
I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why Disney and him had a fallout with the Hulk. Well,
That's right, Edward Norton was the Hulk.
Yeah, because part of the reason was the long 10-year contract kind of thing. Like, yes, I think that's one of the biggest reasons, but I also think a lot of it is because of the Disney and him fighting.
Yeah, he's one of those actors who had to go through like a lot of physical transformations in like the peak of his career for different roles. Like he there was a movie he was in that I like a lot called American History X, which is like a movie about like neo-Nazi like gangsters basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to like gain a whole lot of like muscle mass to be his character in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then for like Fight Club in 1999, he had to like lose a lot of weight and be like really skinny and pale for that movie.
I mean, for like,
So he's had to like both put on and lose a lot of weight for different roles that he's done.
I mean, if you look at like Christian Bale, he was super.
Yeah, he had to like destroy himself, right?
Yeah, from the mechanic to the Batman.
It was like it was like a Holocaust movie where he was like super skinny and then just like be Bruce Wayne for the next movie.
Yeah, and well, he has said that he's never doing that again, which
I think it was like he actually caused like damage to his body or something from like the dramatic weight loss.
Yeah.
And like under like giving himself like malnourishment basically.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
All right, more Toy Story. When Jessie first meets Woody, she exclaims, "Sweet mother of Abraham Lincoln." Abraham Lincoln's mother is Nancy Hanks, a blood relative of Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is a direct descendant of an uncle of Nancy Hanks.
Tom Hanks?
Huh. So Tom Hanks basically has like a blood relation to Abraham Lincoln's mother.
So I guess in a sense, Abraham Lincoln is like his cousin.
Well, it would be way further off than that, but yeah.
Huh. That's interesting.
When Ham is flipping through channels looking for the Alice Toy Barn commercial, all the other stations show clips from shorts and commercials Pixar produced through the years, including Luxo Jr., Red's Dream, Tin Toy, and Knick Knack.
I think
There's also a logo
that.
for the Next computer developed by Pixar's then CEO Steve Jobs, as well as a few clips of some of Pixar's television commercials they did, and a brief image of Pixar's old logo.
I think I remember seeing some of those, like the commercials where
It's like just rapid scrolling through different images and footage.
yeah, because like that's
on
just
the TV
Easter egg.
screen.
Like that's only meant for people who at home video who wants to really pay attention.
Yeah. The dust in the scene where Woody meets Wheezy set a record number of particles animated for a movie by computer. It's interesting. While driving around Alice Toy Barn, the gang drives down the Buzz Lightyear aisle. Tour guide Barbie tells them back in 1995, short-sighted retailers did not order enough dolls to meet demand. This is an in-joke and a fact. When the original Toy Story was released, toy sellers did not think the movie would be a hit, and they indeed did not order enough dolls to keep up with demand. The joke is also a self-deprecating dig at Mattel Toys, which denied use of the Barbie character in the first film, thinking it would be a flop.
Ha. That's funny.
So it's a joke about how popular Buzz Lightyear toys became.
I mean,
And also a joke because Barbies couldn't get the license to use Barbie toys in the first movie.
they couldn't. Yeah, like Barbie didn't even become a big like staple until the third one. I mean, the second one, yes, but that's more of a product placement than anything.
They made it a character though.
Yeah,
I'm sure more Barbies were sold as a result of being used in Toy Story 2. Because dude, I had so many Toy Story related toys when I was a kid.
I had Woody and Buzz. Yeah.
I had like a lot of the cast of this movie. I think the Toy Story movies also sold a lot of Etch-a-Sketches and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
The cleaner who fixes Woody for Al is Jerry from the Oscar-winning Pixar short Jerry's Game.
Oh yeah.
Some of the chess pieces he played with in the short are in one of the drawers of his case.
Oh yeah, I
Jerry
remember
was
that.
based on renowned makeup artist Stuart Freeborn.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy exactly. I knew he was that. He was just like they just reused his model just because.
One of the inspirations for the sequel was when John Lasseter was traveling with his wife and kids. When they stepped off their flight into an airport, Lasseter saw a little boy holding a Woody doll and showing it to his dad. Lasseter immediately knew that his characters are not just his but everyone else's. When he sees the movie, Lasseter always thinks of the little boy.
Actually, do you know? Did I ever tell you the story about how Toy Story 2 almost became a like never happened?
No, but I'm sure it'll probably come up in the trivia at some point.
Probably, but I do. It's like okay, so this was like happened just recently because Toy Story 2 originally was meant to be a direct-to-video movie. Actually, like some of the
interesting.
some of the Disney sequels act like like Mulan 2 and like
Tarzan 2, like
Yeah.
the shitty sequels.
yeah, exactly. Like it was meant to be like that, but
That's interesting because Toy Story 2 is not a trash sequel by any means.
Oh yeah, no, they did a lot of effort, but Pixar managed to convince Disney. They gave the green light, and it's going to become a full-fledged film. However, like I think like it was like almost like 80 to 90% complete kind of thing. However, there was a huge accident at Pixar, which basically destroyed all their computers and servers, which basically destroyed, I guess, like at 70 to 80% of the movie. Basically, almost
Wow.
everything was gone. And it was like, at this point, like, doing it to back would be too much and too much work and all that stuff. So it's like, it was basically going to be canned. However, they were lucky because one lady was going on vacation but wanted to work on it more, so she took a almost complete copy that wasn't the most recent, but it was basically as close as you can get to what before it was destroyed. She had it on a USB, and they managed to make the date, the date of the release, because of her. And that was like they managed to save Toy Story 2. Without her, Toy Story 3 and 4 probably would never have existed. Even none of the Toy Story games and franchises anymore.
Huh. All right. In the scene where Rex in the car in Al's toy barn holding the How to Defeat Zurg book.
Oh yeah.
There's one frame where a clear glimpse of the bottom cut corner of the book is seen. As a lighthearted job at Canadians, the cover price is shown as $4.95 and $50 in Canada. It should be about $6.95. In the waiting area for the new Toy Story Mania ride at Disney's Hollywood Studios in Orlando, Florida,
Yeah.
there is a large replica of the book's cover that also reflects this joke.
Seriously? Wow.
It's interesting. So $4.95 but $50 in Canada.
That's actually funny.
That's pretty funny. Just like a little one-frame joke.
I actually appreciate that.
I think if you look at Toy Story 1 and 3, you'll probably see some of the Shining trivia on
that's
IMDb.
That was
The
true.
director of Toy Story or like one of the animators or whatever is like a huge like Shining enthusiast. It was like his inspiration to get into filmmaking.
Right, yeah, that's true.
I don't think there's that much Shining content in Toy Story 2 though.
No, they aren't.
Anyway, early drafts of the original Toy Story had a Barbie doll in the role that became Little Bo Peep, but Mattel refused to license the character to Disney. The huge popularity of the movie and boost in sales for Mr. Potato Head and other featured toys led them to agree to have tour guide Barbie included in this film. Naturally, Mattel released Tour Guide Barbie as an exclusive doll as a tie-in with the film.
Mm.
Remember, there's still a controversial thing of like, was Bo Peep? Did she make an appearance in Toy Story 4 at all?
Oh, yep. She's the main focus.
Because that was like a big thing for people that she didn't appear in the third movie for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually portrayed.
Wasn't it like an issue with they couldn't get the actress or something?
No, it's not the actress. I think it was just more of. I don't know the exact reason. I don't think it's the licensing. I don't think it's the actress. I think it's more about the story they tried to portray. I think. Hold on. I could double check that.
All right. When working on the film, someone entered a code called RM**, a code which, when entered, deletes everything on the computer as quickly as possible. Because of this, the creators of the movie lost 90% of the film. The animators tried to get the backup animation, but it wasn't working. Fortunately, supervising technical director Galen Sussman had recently had a child, so she took a copy of the movie home with her so she could work from home. They covered the extra copy in blankets and drove it back to the studio and were able to recover most of the film.
Okay.
So that's what you were getting at, basically.
Yeah.
Did you go offline for a minute and go back?
Did I? No.
I just randomly got a notification that you're live on Twitch, so maybe Twitch was
Yeah, probably the
being
server.
weird.
Oh, I think, yeah, because I think I'm seeing like a article says like we wanted to show in a concrete and dramatic way that any toy at any time could be outgrown and given away. We thought it would be more powerful if one of the beloved toys from an ensemble was missing from the room. Given our previous challenges, we made the decision Bo Peep be that toy to kill two birds with one stone. So it was not anything about the actress. It's just they wanted to tell a serious story, which I would say was pretty effective. Like, it was sad, but it told the truth. Toys, eventually, for all of us, grow out.
I didn't think about that, though. To me, it was just a weird omission, and I just assumed it was for, like, contracting issues or something that one of the toys was gone.
Well, I mean...
Then again, most of the toys are actually missing at the start of Toy Story 3, and they do comment on that.
Yeah.
That, like, Andy gave the majority of his toys over the years, and all that's left is, like, the OG.
Yeah, it's actually... So... I know that the trailers actually show a little bit more about the Bo Peep is actually one of the main focuses on the new movie Toy Story 4, so it's not much of a spoiler or anything. But I it's like, yeah, because like Bo Peep they just wanted to bring her back, and okay, I will say one thing is that it does mostly focus on only a certain amount of characters. This is what I don't like about Toy Story 3 is that... Oh, the Toy Story 4, not Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3 was better. It's because they utilize all the other characters while Toy Story 4 only focuses on a certain group of characters and everyone else is just kind of there. That's my biggest disappointment. One of my biggest disappointments in the movie. You'll see once you watch it.
At one point, while the toys are at Al's Toy Bar, Mr. Potato Head views Rex chasing after the car in a review side mirror, which parodies a scene in Jurassic Park when the T-Rex chases after the crew in a Jeep.
Oh,
additionally,
Kyle.
The phrase made famous in Jurassic Park, "Objects in mirror are closer than they appear," is also visible in the mirror of the car that the toys drive in the store.
That's funny. Say hello to Justin because he's telling me I'm a terrible streamer. Toy Story 4 is a story about toys, and Woody is a toy. Yes, it is about the story. I'm just saying that the other ones are kind of baggage. I'm not saying it's a terrible movie.
Of all times for Justin to join in on watching the stream, it's when we're doing our movie podcast.
Basically, when I'm just playing a game.
All right,
my caps lock should be indicated. Like, no, we took it as sarcasm. I just found it funny at all times.
When the toys are playing cards during Woody's nightmare after he's been shelved, all the cards are the Ace of Spades, which represents death and fortune telling.
Really? I did not know that.
Interesting.
I noticed that they
kind of weirded me out when I was a kid. The part where he's
like, that was like
falls into nothingness.
Oh, that was like one of the creepiest like scenes.
It's pretty weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that they were all aces. I just never knew aces represent death, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, Ace of Spades is a symbol of death. Yeah.
That makes it much worse in my head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a fast speed running attacker right there.
I don't know, man. Like, there's a little. I was like a pretty sensitive kid when it came to like dark content in movies. They kind of creeped me out. Another thing was like I was really weirded out in the first Toy Story by like Sid's weird experiments with toys.
Oh,
I would like transplant. Like he's
right.
got like the baby head doll on like the spider legs and like a little girl doll with like a dinosaur's head. As a kid, as a kid, I was like, why would you do that? That's so cruel. It, like
Yeah,
creeped me out.
I remember like okay, yeah, Toy Story 1 creeped me out. Toy Story 2
Like the part where like Woody's got to freak them out too by acting like a reanimated like toy who's got to like spook Sid. You know, like it's pretty weird.
yeah, actually if you really think about it, like all the toys we think are like fake, like it's all in our heads. But it's like when a kid actually experiences talking toys like that for the first time, it's like that would
Yeah, they pull
kind
like a morbid prank on him.
that is actually pretty morbid.
Yeah. All right. Many of the ideas that were not used in Toy Story appear in this film: the yard sale and Woody's nightmare.
Actually, if Woody's nightmare went inside the Toy Story 1, that would have made the movie even more dark than it should have been.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see why that would have been a scrapped idea from the first movie, because you got the part where like Woody's all depressed because he's like
Getting all
stuck in
replaced.
space house and
Yeah.
all the other toys hate him.
Yep. Well, mainly Mr. Potato Head, yes.
Yeah. Jim Varney, the voice of Slinky Dog, died shortly 3 months after the film was released worldwide at the age of 50 due to having lung cancer from smoking.
Yeah, no.
Because of this, Varney was replaced by stand-up comedian and actor Blake Clark in Toy Story 3, who had actually been a close friend of Varney.
Oh yeah, no. The actor, the replacement was really good, like spot on.
I didn't realize that the voices were different. Huh.
Oh yeah, no. I remember hearing about it from my brother, and it was sad. But yeah, his in Toy Story 3, like I remember it didn't sound different, but it was pretty good in in a sense. This Justin says Disney stay creepy.
The canyon at the beginning of the movie that Buzz is flying through was originally an earlier version of Ant Island from A Bug's Life. The floating rocks have been an accident, but Jim Lasseter liked the effect, so it was used in the final film.
Wait. The canyon of the game, like where Rex's game.
Yeah. So it's like the film starts with like a Buzz Lightyear video game, and he's like going through.
I was
like
like
a landscape.
that whole sequence was actually really cool. Like I was like,
I thought it was cool. I was like, dude, I want to play that game.
It's like I was like, wait, what's starting Toy Story 2? Buzz Lightyear's going through space. Oh man, this is so cool.
And then you just play the actual Toy Story 2 video game, and it's this, and it's kind of a whack 90s platformer.
It's a worse, like, okay, so this game so far, it's literally like it's really formulaic. Like it has sections. Like if you go into one section, you know that there is a token there / any other stuff there, so you can get all 5 tokens. It's very formulaic. It's not that much of a collectathon. You know exactly where to go and how to get to certain places based on like what you're seeing. That's really
Yeah, right, just chilling there.
He's the hint man.
All right. One of the items in Al's toy barn behind Rex, before he and Mr. Potato Head board Barbie's car, is a pink teddy bear, which previously appeared as one of the silent toys on the shelf top during the staff meeting in Toy Story, that actually served as the basis for Lotso in Toy Story 3.
Oh right. Oh okay.
So it's kind of like a weird cameo in a way of like an idea that was later used in the next movie.
Lotso was such a good villain, but also like you felt bad and at the same time not at the same time. Like
yeah, it's like because Toy Story 3 came out when I was 15, I didn't have as much reason to be creeped out by things in that movie, but
that
I
movie
heard a lot
was
of kids were creeped out by the screeching monkey
Oh
that
yeah.
watches the camera.
Oh, I was
like,
creeped
a lot
out.
of kids
Yeah.
thought that was scary.
I was creeped out by that, but it's like it is an accurate
Pretty
representation.
weird, yeah. But I
It
was
is
already a
accurate.
teenager at the time, so it's like whatever.
Oh yeah, we didn't take it as big as others.
All right. When Al hangs up the phone with a Japanese investor, he says, "Don't touch my mustache." This refers to an English mnemonic for the Japanese phrase meaning "You're welcome."
Wait, what?
Doitashimashite.
Is that actually?
What the fuck? That's weird.
Wait, is that actually?
Yeah, well, that's "You're welcome" in Japanese, "Doitashimashite," and so like he's He gets out, he's like talking on the phone, the Japanese guy, and he says, "Don't touch my mustache." I don't know if that's like a joke, or it's like the idea that like he wouldn't know how to pronounce something in Japanese, so he uses like a weird English equivalent phrase to remember it.
I would say so.
It's kind of funny though.
That's actually kind of funny and weird at the same time.
John Ratzenberger, who does the voice of Ham, has voiced a character in every film made by Pixar. I'm curious now, what else has he voiced? John Ratzenberger.
Ratzenberger.
Who is the Underminer in The Incredibles.
Oh,
Ham and all the Toy
did he
Story,
retain his
John and Wally.
did he come back for his part in The Incredibles 2? I'm curious.
I'm not sure. Probably. When did that movie come out? Like 2018?
Yep. That was a fun fact
yes.
I knew. Oh yeah.
And like Coco and like Finding Dory.
Oh,
So
he does
basically
sound
he's an
exactly
actor
the
who's, like-
same? Huh. Justin says it is him. Wow.
It's interesting though that he's like it's kind of like Atlas games, I guess. Right now, you got the same voice actors who always come back.
Weird. Huh.
The
Well,
box that Zurg comes out of in Al's Toy Barn has printed in Point Richmond written on it. Pixar's offices were in Point Richmond in Richmond, California when the movie was made.
huh. I still need to watch Incredibles 2.
We do, because it was the cast movie in November.
That movie.
Oh
Oh my god. Oh my god. What
What?
is this ball pit? It's literally bubbles. Oh
Oh,
my.
that's so weird looking.
Oh my god. This is so weird. Oh, this looks so weird.
It looks like you're swimming. That's so strange. The movie has several references to A Bug's Life. In Andy's bedroom, Andy has a wall calendar that shows the ants from the film standing on a leaf.
Okay.
Mrs. Potato Head reads A Bug's Life book when Mr. Potato Head shows up with the earring. Heimlich the caterpillar can be seen munching on leaves as Buzz karate chops his way through the bushes. In Al's office, there is an abstracted version of a shot from A Bug's Life. The shot was reputedly
Can't do that.
reputedly abstracted to prevent people from identifying the shot when they got the video version and looked hard at it. In the final scene of Jesse's flashback, the tree in the background is the tree from A Bug's Life. There are some A Bug's Life toys seen in the background in Al's Toy Barn. Among the objects in the background by Ham in Al's car is the Chinese takeout box used in Gypsy and Manny's Magic Act.
What?
Flick and Heimlich appear in an outtake during the closing credits. So basically, they just plugged A Bug's Life everywhere in Toy Story 2 because it came out around the same time.
Oh wait, did it? Huh.
Yeah, that was in 98 and Toy Story 2 is in 99. I remember that they had like a gag with an outtake. With
Oh
the
yeah,
Bugs
they
Life
did. They
characters in
did.
Toy
Yeah.
Story 2.
The Bugs Life was like a dark movie. I remember not liking it that
I
much.
have it on VHS at home, but I don't think I've seen it since the 90s.
Oh yeah,
really
no,
don't remember anything about
I
it.
have it. I have it too on the VHS. It's just like it was a dark movie. Like I honestly was creeped out by it for a long time. I didn't want to watch it because it was so creepy.
Many people think that the Woody's Roundup sequence was filmed with real puppets. But really, they took the same CG models and made small changes to make them look like puppets. Then they animated the puppet versions of the characters in a CG black and white set. Then they used this technique called the kinescope effect, which adds scratches, hairs, and pieces of grain to the image to make it look old.
Seriously? Huh. That's actually kind of funny.
The video game opening scenes feature several references to the Star Wars films. The robotic scanning device that popped out of the rock face resembled the gatekeeper droid for Jabba the Hutt's palace in episode 6. Buzz is traveling through the tunnel in Zurg's fortress, and it closing behind him upon entering, spiked wall trap aside, was taken from Star Wars Episode 5. Zurg's line of "So we meet again, Buzz Lightyear, for the last time"
Oh yeah, that
is
was
a paraphrase
definitely.
of what Darth Vader said to Obi-Wan Kenobi shortly before dueling him in Star Wars
Oh,
Episode
that
4.
was definitely a Star Wars reference. Yes.
I mean, there's also a joke about, like, "I'm your father" later, which is probably gonna...
Oh yeah, no that.
Oh, they don't say that here in this trivia, it's probably because it's so obvious.
Yeah, I think it's just super obvious.
I mean, Zurg is, like, supposed to be Darth Vader. It's, like, clearly a joke, but,
and then it became.
Anyway, this also occurred during the encounter with the Zurg toy in the elevator shaft of Al's apartment in the real world. This phrase is also spoken in Mel Brooks' Spaceballs between Lord Helmet and Lone Star before their last battle.
It's actually funny. Like, did you ever see the Buzz Lightyear Star Command TV show?
I think I saw the movie when it came out, but I've never seen the show.
I have actually. I have the movie, but the TV show was basically like it was made because of how popular Zurg was with and they made him the main villain and everything. It's just like that's funny in my opinion. Actually, I went all the backwards for this one. Any more trivia?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling down there. One of them was a duplicate. When he arrests Buzz 1, Buzz 2 says he is in direct violation of code 6404.5, stating all Space Rangers are to be in hypersleep until awakened by authorized personnel. Code 6404.5 is actually California's state law that bans smoking in public places.
That's actually pretty funny.
When the toys are planning the rescue of Woody, Etch-a-Sketch shows a map to Al's toy barn located at 1001 West Cutting Boulevard. This is the address of Pixar Animation Studios in Richmond, California.
That's actually kind of funny.
When a Barbie backpack with a prospector emerges out into the baggage claim area, the announcement Lassiter Flight A113, now arriving from Point Richmond at Gate 3, can be heard from the PA.
A113
Lassiter is a
that...
pun on director John Lasseter. Flight A113 is a reference to a classroom at Cal Arts, along with A113.
Yeah, A113
and Point
is
Richmond
everyone.
refers to the location of Pixar Studios.
Yep, A113 is a reference in a lot of their movies. Especially in WALL-E.
When the toys are crossing the street, Slinky Dog says, "I'm not a smart dog, but I know what roadkill is." This is a reference to a quote from the title character in the movie Forrest Gump, who says, "I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is." Both
Really?
Forrest Gump and Sheriff Woody are played by Tom Hanks. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. That's obvious.
So it's a shout out to Forrest Gump.
That's nice. That's nice of them.
This was the first sequel for both Tom Hanks and Tim Allen.
Was it? Huh.
I guess now that I think about it, a lot of the movies that Tom Hanks has been in didn't have sequels.
Shaggy Dog.
Because of such a tight schedule, the editors of the film would often work 36 to 48-hour shifts. Editorial department manager Lindsay Collins said that sometimes editors would burst into tears purely from exhaustion.
Oh man, that sounds rough.
Directly after Rex lands back in the car in Al's toy barn, tour guide Barbie quotes, "Remain seated, please," and then repeats it in Spanish. This is a reference to the safety spiel on the rides at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. In the Spanish version of the movie, she repeats it in French. You know, I've always wondered what, in Toy Story 3, the part where they switch Buzz to Spanish mode, I've kind of wondered in the Spanish version of the film, like, what language you would speak there, if you'd say anything different.
I actually saw a YouTube video that said that, and I think it's just pure Spanish, just a different accent.
Oh, interesting.
So it's not really anything different. That's the disappointing part. But I mean, it kinda like, well, they could have made it like a little different, I guess, in the sense of.
Oh god, this is a sad fact. I don't know if I want to read that one out loud.
I mean,
it involves the death of a cast member.
Oh, okay. It's up to you.
I'll just skip over that one. That's sad though. The baggage handler at the airport who shouts, "Hold it, there's a couple more bags coming from the terminal," is the voice of UK television personality Andy Peters. When filming a documentary on the making of Toy Story 2, he was offered this one small line in the film by John Lasseter himself. The recording almost didn't happen because Andy Peters did not have a US work permit, but was allowed to record the dialogue from a London studio supervised by John Lasseter via satellite.
Really? Wait, this is Toy Story 2. Yeah, okay. Actually, they will
So
like.
it's like the part where they're showing like all the toy bags being tossed into an airplane
Oh
as
right.
baggage. There's like a baggage handler guy who yells something, and then it cuts to the next scene.
Oh right. Yeah.
It's just like a cameo by like a British celebrity.
Yeah. I remember actually the It's actually kind of funny that that the director for Toy Story 3 actually admitted that he was very scared of calling Andy because he thought that Andy would be way too old, the actor, and then it's like this would be way too old for Andy. And it's like when he heard his voicemail, it's like he sounds exactly the same as he was back all that time. It's like, oh man, that's thank God. Like
That's funny. Puberty didn't hit him too hard.
No, it's like you could still hear him like as a child's voice, but it's like mature enough to say like, yeah, he grew up kind of thing.
So they used the same actor for Andy in Toy Story 3 that they did in the other ones?
Yeah, they did.
Where he's like 10 years older?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, he was going to college, but Toy Story was, it was like about a decade later. But it was like, it's not that long in the Toy Story universe. So it's like, it was one of those things like he was just really scared of using the actor or calling the actor. It's like, oh, he couldn't hear the actor, but he heard the voicemail and it's like, oh, okay. It's like he sounds perfectly fine, and then call him up, recorded his lines, and that's it.
All right, I think we're getting like toward the end of the more interesting trivia, so I'm gonna actually let me look at the goofs for Toy Story 2.
Oh, the animation goofs.
Well, there's like various different types of goofs,
There's
like continuity errors or like references to things that didn't exist in their time or whatever.
Pizza time.
Uh,
It's funny that how we have I thought like pizza that Pizza Planet was like for a long time like an actual thing.
Oh yeah. When Woody kicks the record player up to 78, the stylus moves far across the record, and yet the song continues uninterrupted. So like when the part where they're like running on a record player and it's playing the music or whatever.
I remember
the
that.
needle isn't even touching the record anymore, but the song keeps playing for some reason.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
When Ham is flipping through the channels, he goes too far and says he needs to go around again. When he does, you see the commercial come on and everyone says stop. However, for about a second, you still hear Ham flipping, but the channel does not change.
That's funny.
When the imposter Buzz knocks over Woody in Al's apartment, the laser on his arm is heard without him pressing the button to activate it or the laser light being seen.
All right, yeah, because he just pushed them down, just points at them, but it never actually turns on.
When Al finds Woody, this is about character errors. When Al finds Woody in a rummage sale, he's excited because Woody is not only scarce, but as Al says to himself, he's complete. But he's not, as there is no gun in his holster.
That's true. Actually, so fun.
Also, I like how they call it a rummage sale. I think that's like British or Australian slang for like a yard sale.
Oh, really? Yeah. I don't actually.
They use different words for that in different dialects.
Yeah, that's like so weird. Oh, so actually, there was a fun fact with no, actually, it's kind of a sad fact. Actually, well, I don't know. Oh, actually, the original writing for Woody actually, and I don't know if it's still canon or not. Well, Toy Story 4 kind of ruins that fact, but so in this, it was the story goes with Woody, like when the creator was first making him. Apparently, Woody was supposed to be a prototype Woody doll kind of thing as a toy. However, he was the only kind, and but it was never fully released. So in the sense of like Toy Story 2, it just doesn't make much sense. But Woody is like the one of his only kind. So and the reason why Andy got him is because I think his dad used to work for the company and he brought it home for his son or something like that. So I thought that was like interesting. That was the original idea for Woody in a sense. Which I thought that would be pretty cool, but yeah.
Continuity errors. When the toys ride the elevator to Al's apartment, they are on the elevator's roof. Yet as they jump off the elevator and run through the air vent, they exit the vent on the ground floor, not near the ceiling where they should be.
That's true.
Alright, and I'm reading these. I don't think the continuity errors are that interesting. Let me, I think we're kind of at the end of this one, so let's go to... Oh, there's errors in geography. When the toys steal the pizza truck, the truck has amber real estate markers. However, US spec requires vehicles to have red rear side markers. Amber rear side markers are Euro spec.
Really?
Cool.
That's
Alright. Al's toy barn is only a few hundred yards from Al's apartment, so it would have been both pointless and a waste of fuel and time to drive to work.
Oh yeah, no, that was a joke for him, I guess.
2 out of 20 found this interesting. IMDb readers did not care about that trivia. Alright, let's jump over to trivia for Toy Story 1.
Oh man, I will be interested in that, yeah.
Also, how much longer are you planning on going?
Oh, whenever we feel like.
I'm just asking. At this point, I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. I'm just wondering.
Oh no, it's like I'm actually interested in this stuff. Like I'm not exactly tired, so I'm just like I'm more interested in this stuff. Here's the thing. If we continue this and I somehow beat the game, it would be like a cool session, I guess. I finally beat this game.
Yeah. I was thinking earlier about going out running, but like it's a bit late for that now, but I can at least work out at home.
Yeah.
Alright, Toy Story trivia.
The music.
This was the first animated film in Oscar history to be nominated for a Best Screenplay Academy Award, adapted or original.
Oh, really?
Sid Phillips is said to be inspired by a former Pixar employee of the same last name who is known to disassemble toys and use the parts to build bizarre creations.
Sid was also featured as a garbage man in Toy Story 3.
Is that like the name of the garbage man?
Oh no, did you not know he's actually in Toy Story 3?
Like the actual kid Sid growing up?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
so,
that garbage man is supposed to be Sid?
yeah, because like if you look closely, he actually has a skull on his chest, which represents Sid's original like shirt.
Oh.
So
Interesting.
it's just that garbage man was actually Sid, all grown up. Which actually it's actually kind of funny because like they reference that.
Early scripts of the film featured a Barbie doll. Alright, we've basically read this. Oh, no, wait, there's more, I think. Early scripts of the film featured a Barbie doll in a prominent role as Woody's love interest.
Oh,
the original
really?
ending sequence in which Buzz and Woody chase the moving truck was scripted to have Barbie drive her Corvette off the truck and rescue Woody and Buzz from Sid's dog, a la Sarah Connor in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Wait, what? Oh, so it's like they're being chased and they get like rescued, like Terminator. Mattel, the company that owns blah 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 blah, and interesting. Well, it says like both they expected the movie to be a flop, but they also didn't like the idea of Barbie having a defined personality.
Really?
For a movie. Because they
Really?
preferred the idea of kids inventing their own story for Barbie's personality.
I mean, that's kind of what Barbie is.
Really weird.
So, yeah, I was like, really? That's like
Billy Crystal was originally offered the chance to voice Buzz Lightyear, but he declined. After seeing the finished film, he said the decision was the biggest mistake of his career.
Wait, what's
Upon learning this,
Crystal?
John Lasseter telephoned Billy's house to offer him the role of Mike Wazowski in Monsters, Inc. Billy's wife
Oh.
answered the telephone and said, "John Lasseter wants to speak to you." Billy took the telephone from his wife and said yes.
Just without knowing what it is?
Well, yeah, because he was just like, dude, I fucked up and missed a chance on so much money for declining a Disney movie. So as soon as he was offered a role in a Pixar film, he's like, yes, do it. I'm good.
Yeah, so this was, wait, Billy Crystal is Mike Wazowski?
I guess so.
I mean, that was a really good movie.
Yeah, Monsters, Inc. is good, yeah.
I enjoyed it.
The animation team perfected the movement of the toy soldiers by nailing a pair of sneakers
Oh.
to a sheet of wood and trying to walk around with them on.
Oh yeah, no, I remember hearing that fact. That's a fact I knew.
The carpet in Sid's house has... Oh, yeah. There's my trivia. The carpet in Sid's house has the same hexagonal pattern as the carpet in the Overlook Hotel from The Shining.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is what I mentioned before, that like the carpet in Sid's house is a Shining tribute.
Oh, right. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Like it's like the same carpet that Danny rides on when he's going to room 237.
Wow. Interesting.
Tom Hanks recorded his dialogue during the breaks of Sleepless in Seattle and A League of Their Own, so other movies he was doing at the time.
I mean,
He didn't want to record his dialogue during the breaks of Philadelphia or Forrest Gump because he felt he shouldn't do comedic roles in between minutes of playing serious roles.
yeah, that would be a difficult one. Like, that would make him feel out of touch.
Wow, he was a busy actor at that time. Like, within 3 years doing like 5 movies.
Yeah. That's actually true. He had a lot of movies.
When Woody is sitting on the bed talking with Slinky, there's a drawing of him on the wall behind them. This is actually an early sketch of the Woody character. The toolbox on top of the milk crate that Andy is trapped in is built as a Binford, the same type of tool that Tim Allen used on his television show Home Improvement.
Really?
I've never seen Home Improvements. I don't really know much about it.
Same.
I'm too young.
I'm too young for that, too.
What attracted Tom Hanks to the role of Woody was the fact that during his childhood, he would always wonder if his toys were alive and moved around when nobody was in his room.
Oh, that's cute.
What attracted Tim Allen to the role of Buzz Lightyear was the fact that before him, they offered the role to his biggest influence in his career, Chevy Chase, who turned it down. Billy Crystal had also declined the role.
So he was only interested after his influences rejected it.
It's that he was only interested. It's that they asked the other guys first, and when he heard that they had wanted his like biggest inspirations to play that character, he's like, "I'll do it."
Well,
it's interesting though that they offered so many other famous actors that role before Tim Allen got it.
I mean, Pixar was trying to go ambitious a little bit, so it's like it's one of those things. Like it was like a brand new concept for a lot of people.
Hasbro denied Pixar the use of the name G.I. Joe when it was informed that a G.I. Joe doll was going to be blown up by Sid.
What?
The doomed action figure was thus referred to as a Combat Carl. Combat Carl would later become a speaking character in Toy Story of Terror, like a short film or something.
Yep, that's true.
Some 3D effects were too complex or even impossible to calculate at the time of this film. Subtle tricks are used to avoid them. Examples: explosions, thus the viewer doesn't see Combat Carl's demise. Hair dynamics, so Andy, Sid, and Molly all have short hair, while Andy's mother's hair is always tied back in a simple to model ponytail. And flying water droplets, thus the viewer doesn't see any liquid when Woody dumps his burning head into a bowl of cereal.
That's actually funny. They took shortcuts, and that's actually pretty creative. It's like Nintendo taking shortcuts with some of theirs in compression.
Mm-hmm. Woody and Buzz Lightyear are inspired by John Lasseter's own childhood toys. He based Woody on his own pull-string Casper doll, and once he grew out of Casper, he moved on to a G.I. Joe, a flashy toy at the time of his childhood.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. Like G.I. Joe.
Is John Lasseter the big Shining enthusiast? I'm not sure. Let me look that up.
Oh, I know he got like a big allegation, which was forced him to leave Pixar.
Oh really? Is he creep?
Yeah, I think like he was. I don't know what his allegations were, but I know that it was like something to do with like. I'm pretty sure it was
sexual
like,
misconduct toward employees. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, and he was forced to leave recently. Like,
damn it, man, that sucks.
It's like, why this?
When like people turn out to be assholes.
Well, it's like it's also that you have to realize that it could be that it's like while they weren't originally, I mean they could have been heavily influenced with that. The thing is that once you get super big and popular, you kind of do whatever you want.
They think they can get away with everything, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's one of the things I really dislike about like Hollywood. That's one thing I respect Hanks for. It's like he's a big name actor. He could have gotten away with a lot of things.
Yeah, he's not a douche.
Yeah. I mean, you got unfortunately Bill Cosby as one of those people that got away.
All right, I'm not seeing anything about The Shining on his Wikipedia page, so maybe it's not him. Let me check. Disney The Shining. Who was the guy who was big on The Shining?
Probably like Sid, not Sid. The one of the director or writers.
It's a favorite of Lee Unkrich.
Oh, yeah.
Who directed or co-directed several features.
He's
Lee-
also the director of Toy Story 3, and he left Toy Story 4 while it was in production.
So is he not an asshole then, supposedly?
At least to my knowledge, he hasn't gotten any like.
He left the
allegations.
studio in 2019 just to spend more time with his family because he's like old and successful now, I guess.
I mean, he did make Toy Story 3, which was super successful, so to the point where he's
so
like done.
yeah, this guy's not shitty, but yeah, he's like a director and animator,
Yeah, he won the more respectable ones.
and directed Toy Story 3. So cool, he's all right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When Sarge looks through the binoculars spying on the party guests when he and the other army men investigate the birthday party, you'll notice that Andy's friends are actually the same character model of Andy, just with different skin tones and different clothes and accessories.
Really?
So the limits of 3D animation at the time.
That's funny. I think I solved it. Wow, that was an easy puzzle.
Fun fact, basically, to keep it short, basically, John Lasseter always imagined Tom Hanks being Woody, so, like, that was, like, the go-to from the start.
Makes sense.
Pizza Planet was originally Pizza Putt, a combination pizzeria / mini golf course.
That would have been an interesting concept.
At 81 minutes, this is the shortest Toy Story movie and the shortest Pixar movie to date. That's interesting. It's only an hour and 20 minutes long.
I mean,
I guess if you consider credits in there too, it's like the movie's less than an hour and 20 minutes.
well, it's also that that was a 3D animated film, which in itself was
it was like
hard.
a trial for Pixar tech, and they didn't expect it to be too successful, possibly.
Yeah, and it's also that the fact that nowadays even getting like an hour and 30 minutes on any animated feature is
Kids have a short attention span, so
Yeah.
like an hour and a half is the sweet spot.
yeah, and
I mean, look
that's
at what
also
the longest
expensive.
Pixar film is.
I would say Wally.
You are incorrect.
Hmm.
The longest is Incredibles 2 at 2 hours and 5 minutes.
I think Wally used to be the leader, and now it's
Nah, it doesn't even compare looking at this list.
really.
Wally is only an hour and 43.
And then what's Incredibles 2?
2 hours and 5 minutes. So it's like a full 20 minutes longer.
Wow, I just found a glitch.
Ooh, let me check.
Welcome to Buzz Lightyear. What?
Walking in space, dude.
Oh, dude. Oh,
Where
dude.
are you? Oh, you're in the elevator shaft. Okay.
Yeah, I was just like, dude, what the heck? These guys look like the waffle wafers thingies. It's like, what the heck happened? I think I misaligned that elevator now. It's going out of order. Man, this is a hard one to get used to.
Toy Story is the first, and as of 2014, the only animated film to receive a Special Achievement Academy Award. It is given to John Lasseter for the development and inspired application of techniques that have made possible the first feature-length computer animated film.
Really nice.
More than 50 years earlier, Walt Disney received an honorary Oscar for Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's true. Also, hi Andrew.
Oh, was it? Oh, our boy's back as promised.
Yeah, a boy's back. A boy's back in town.
So,
Promise time.
Nick is
here.
playing Toy Story 2 for... Is this N64, Nick?
Yep.
So he's playing Toy Story 2, and we've just been reading the IMDb trivia pages of the Toy Story movies while playing this.
Oh my gosh.
Justin was here earlier complaining that
Shoot.
yeah. No, he was like, he called me out for being like a bad streamer. He's like, oh, Toy Story 4 is a toy movie. Woody is a toy. Sarcastically. Yeah, you missed Justin. Don't worry, you
Oh
will...
wow, apparently Jim Carrey was also considered to voice Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, that would be weird.
So
Imagining Jim
They
Carrey.
chose a lot of people to voice Buzz Lightyear before they settled on Tim Allen.
that just shows that Tim Allen was kind of like a secondary guy. It's actually Andrew, if you soon enough when I complete a few games, actually you will be able to hang out with Justin because there's a game that he requested a long time ago and want me to still play it. That I will play once I get everything. Once I beat a few games.
What game is that?
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Spirit Caller.
Oh.
It's a very long game.
Oh boy.
But he wants to be there for every single time I play it, so anytime I play it, you'll be able to see Justin. Or talk to him in a sense.
Yes. Revolutionary.
Yeah, revolutionary. Any more fun facts?
Yeah, I'm just blowing my nose.
What's happening?
Understand your doom. What is happening right now? Oh, Jesus!
He's in the elevator shaft scene of Toy Story 2.
Yeah, basically I'm trying to get to the top, but I'm trying to get also tokens.
Mm.
Beat me to the bottom shaft, you keep it.
Alright, there's another fun fact about referencing Pixar Studios' location at the time. So a pizza delivery boy asked for directions to a certain boulevard, which is just a reference to where Pixar is located. The voice of the Woody doll, voiced by Tom Hanks in the movie, was actually provided by Tom's brother Jim Hanks
Oh,
for
yeah.
the line of subsequent Woody action toy figures.
Oh yeah, Jim Hanks is Tim Allen's brother in a lot of games, like even Kingdom Hearts 3. That's not actually Tom Hanks.
Oh, interesting.
They use him like his brother in any other merchandise outside the Toy Story, like outside the movies specifically.
Yeah, I remember at one point we were laughing about the when Tom Hanks got coronavirus, and there's the thing where his son Chet like made a video saying like his dad was okay and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
People are like making these memes of like what happens when you name your kid Colin versus when you name them Chet, because like Tom Hanks' son Colin looks a lot like him, and he's like more like, I don't know, looks like an upstanding citizen. Whereas Chet Hanks, there was that one video where he's like wearing a backwards hat and had like beard stubble, and like he was sitting there shirtless recording a video where he's got like all these like tattoos all over his chest and shoulders. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I don't.
I don't remember.
Where like people
that.
are making fun of Chet Hanks, being like, "Dude, this guy looks like the back of a dollar bill is tattooed onto him." let me find a picture of him. It's pretty funny. He's got like the trashiest tattoos.
Seriously?
Yeah, I've sent you this picture before. We were laughing about it.
Oh, I think I might. I barely remember that stuff.
Let me find it. Yeah, all right. Here he is, and people will be like, "Whoa, fuck! This guy's got the back of a dollar bill tattooed on him."
Oh my gosh.
He's got like a bunch of like kind of Jesus-y tattoos in his arms, I think.
All right, him. I remember him.
So that's one of Tom Hanks's kids.
I mean, at least he is well behaved, I'm assuming. I don't know.
Apparently, people are making Illuminati conspiracy theories because of that, that pyramid tattoo in his chest.
God.
I was reading an article. Tom Hanks' son Chet wants you to know he's not in the Illuminati.
He just thinks it's cool. I think it's cool is to have, is all.
Toy Story was the highest grossing movie of 1995. That's not surprising.
1995. Wow. I mean, it was the first animated film. That was a pretty big deal. Also appealed to a wide range of kids.
Joss Whedon reportedly created the character of Rex the dinosaur.
Really?
That's that name sounds familiar.
He's the director of Avengers.
Oh, yeah, okay. So he created Rex.
He also is. A lot of people blame him for ruining Justice League.
Cool.
Yeah. Funny enough. Which is why they're releasing the Snyder Cut finally. But I don't know. I have really no care about that.
And another mention about how Ham's voice actor has played a voice role in every single Pixar movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's just mentioned again on this page.
Oh, yeah, because he's like, he plays like the fire truck in Cars at least, and the Himalayan, like, what was that guy? The Himalayan Yeti in Monsters Inc.
In Andy's bedroom, you'll notice that there are books on the bookshelf with the following titles: Tin Toy, Knick Knack, Red's Dream, and Luxo Jr.
What the?
These titles are the names of the animated short films that Pixar made in the 1980s.
Buzz.
He's looking around so confused.
How did I get inside the... What?
Oh, this is funny.
What the heck is this? This level is not programmed right. This level is glitchy.
The character of Andy is named for Andries Andy Van Dam, a Brown University professor and computer science and animation pioneer who taught many of the makers of this film.
Well, that's nice.
So the name Andy is a shout out.
And he became
the
such
mentor of a lot of the animators.
He is a and he is a very important character. Even though it focused more on the toys, he's still a very important character to this day.
The toy shark wearing Woody's hat proclaims, "Look, I'm Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy."
I love that scene.
I've heard you say that before, but this references a cowboy eating vulture in one of Gary Larson's The Far Side comic strips from the early 1980s. Hey everyone, look at me. I'm a cowboy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. So that's a reference to The Far Side. Did you ever read those comics?
No.
I used to read a lot of comic strips growing up. Yeah, The Far Side is just kind of like a... I don't know. It's not like a It's not like a comic strip with like continuity, like Garfield or whatever. But it's just kind of these like satirical comic strips.
Mm.
In full production, Toy Story employed just 110 people. In comparison, The Lion King was made with 800 employees.
Seriously. What is wrong with this elevator? I'm going through all the floors. Is this because I'm playing this level too long?
When Andy and his mom are going to the pizza place, they stop at Dinoco for gas. Dinoco is also the company which Lightning McQueen is obsessed to work with in the movie Cars.
Oh, right, yeah.
All of the cars in Toy Story have license plate stickers for November 1995. Which is when the movie is released.
Oh, at least I don't have to do a Mr. Potato Head thing. I got touched by a spider.
Initially, Steve Jobs had real reservations about the film, to the point where he was considering selling off Pixar. However, as production was underway, he got more and more excited about the way it was shaping up, firmly believing that it would be a milestone in motion picture history.
I mean, he did invest right. Steve Jobs
hey,
was...
there's a Wilhelm. Apparently, there's a Wilhelm scream in the movie.
In Toy Story 1?
Yeah, when Buzz Lightyear's knocked out of the window. You know what a Wilhelm scream is, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
It's like my favorite thing ever. It's so funny to just watch compilations of it being used in like different situations.
It's like that guy, one guy screamed the very first time it ever was shown. It was just like, he probably just thought it was just like a one-off thing. It's like, ah! And then, I don't know why someone decided to just keep using it. I think it was popularized.
I think it's just like a meme for like sound engineers.
Yeah, it was also
Because
popular.
it's been used since like the 50s. I think they just needed like one of their sound guys to like record the sound of him screaming, and they just like kept requesting that he do it like more dramatically and loudly.
Oh yeah.
And they just picked one they thought was funny, and were like, "We're gonna use it in this movie," and it just became like a thing in Hollywood.
Yeah, it's also that the fact that I will say probably that I think one of the biggest reasons why it's also popular is because of Star Wars. It started becoming bigger and bigger around the Star Wars era.
Yeah, that's true. It was actually first used in the 50s, though. I think like
It was
one of the
first used.
uses.
Yeah, but it was
One of the
popular.
first times they used it was in a movie I watched for film class called Them, which is like the giant ant movie.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was popularized with Star Wars, I believe.
Probably, yeah. The top of Sid's backpack reads, "Julie McBarfel has cooties," a reference to camera manager Julie M. McDonald, who lobbied people to put her name in the film. Juju's House of Food is another reference to her.
What?
So the camera manager is like, "I will pay you to reference me in this movie somewhere."
Okay.
And so they did. That's pretty egotistical.
I mean, at
That
least
seems
they,
like something Trump would do to like put himself in movies.
I mean, yeah, his most famous one is Home Alone 2.
Home Alone 2. Yeah.
I still enjoyed that movie. I don't know. I enjoyed 1, 2, and 3 because I grew up in 4 was just okay.
Apparently Disney really wanted the movie to be a musical, but the director is not having that.
I would assume
And so the compromise they came up with was that there would just be like important scenes in the film that had a song playing.
Oh yeah.
Like You've Got a Friend of Me, but it wasn't like an outright musical like traditional Disney movies were.
Oh yeah, yeah. When you're done with the Toy Story, you should go to Toy Story 3 trivia. I want to see that.
I think we're kind of hitting the peak of the interesting facts.
Yeah. Sounds like it. Oh, the penthouse. Oh, dude. The penthouse. Actually, yeah, no. There is a boss here, according to this wiki page, that says it's the gunslinger. I'm assuming that the controversy is this character. Because it's a gunslinger. So
also, Randy Newman wrote You've Got a Friend in Me in one day.
Oh, wow, that's funny. Yeah, I would say that if this copy of this game actually has that character depiction, then I have a rare copy in a sense. Oh, Bullseye.
This could be out of date because I don't know about Toy Story 4, but it points out that, oh, well, they're talking about the trilogy anyway. That it's the only movie in the Toy Story trilogy to start in the real world. Because
Wait.
Toy Story 2 starts in like a video game, and Toy Story 3 starts in like Andy's daydream when he's playing with the toys.
Oh, right. Toy Story 3 was actually, like, the intro was cool. It
It has a
nice
cool
nod.
intro. I was like, what's happening here?
It was a nice nod to the original.
Oh, there's also an A113 in Toy Story 1 as well. It's a license plate on Andy's mom's car.
I remember saying that, yeah. I know that it's like, basically anytime Pixar gets a chance to, they always try to reference it.
An early possible title for the film was You Are a Toy. That would have been a really crappy title for that movie.
Actually, yeah, that would. You are a toy in me. You are a toy in me.
The only toy that wasn't in production when the film was released was Slinky Dog.
Slinky Dog, really?
I had a Slinky when I was a kid too.
I think I remember having... might have had Slinky.
Alright, let's jump to Toy Story 3.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to read anything about Toy Story 4 because I haven't seen it.
When are you going to watch that? Or are we
I
gonna
don't know. Sometime it's like we weren't able to. We wanted to see it in theaters last summer when me and my friends went to Tokyo, but didn't have time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know. It's just like every other time we've like considered seeing it, like somebody in my group has just not been in the mood to watch it, or we end up watching something else. I don't know. I like wanted to see it for like forever. I think it's. I don't remember if it's on Disney Deluxe or not because Grace has
it's
Disney
pretty
Deluxe,
sure.
and we've talked about watching some Disney movies. We've
Disney
already
Plus.
watched a few.
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus. Any Disney film you can think of.
We watched Inside Out and Big Hero 6 because I
need
haven't
to
seen
watch.
those yet.
I need to watch Inside Out. I know
Inside
the
Out was
spoiler.
really good. I like that movie a lot, actually.
I know the spoiler in it because I like to watch YouTube videos.
All right,
but-
Toy Story 3
yeah.
trivia.
Alright, I'm gonna skadoot.
All right. Good
right,
night.
skidoo.
Good night, ya boy
Night.
Andrew.
Good night, fellow.
Gonna plug your
boys.
OnlyFans.
Oh shoot. Yeah. Subscribe to me on Twitch. It's Digits Baby.
I'm gonna clip that right now to use that as a promo.
That's actually hilarious.
Alright.
All right, good night, Andrew.
Good night,
Good
Andrew.
night. So long.
Well,
Subscribe to my second channel, Blazer Gamer 1012.
oh yeah. I better add that to it.
Alright, peace.
Peace. It's always nice to have Andrew just make commentary.
I'm gonna deafen myself for 1 sec so I can get that clip. All right, got that clip. It's gonna be a sick promo for my channel.
Oh, I could have known that my copy is earlier because apparently at the award screen with the tokens, I actually get to see what tokens are. Yeah, no, my copy is actually the controversial one, in a sense. Because I just found the gunslinger enemy. Because apparently the gunslinger was changed into what looks like Pete, the villain of Toy Story 2.
Oh, huh. Alright, Toy Story 3 trivia. A stuffed bear resembling Lotso can be seen in Toy Story 1 during the staff meeting. Woody asks if the toys up on the shelf can hear him, and we see a shot of a big pinkish bear. John Lasseter wanted to use Lotso in the original Toy Story, but Pixar had trouble getting the fur right.
It makes sense. It actually took that long, really?
For inspiration for the Sunnyside Escape, the Pixar staff watched numerous prison movies.
Oh yeah,
Director Lee Unkrich
I
said,
remember that.
"There are a lot of prisoner movies out there, and I think we watched every single one of them."
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's a trivia fact I remember.
Shawshank Redemption, BB.
I still haven't seen that movie.
You haven't seen that, have you? Yeah. Grace actually just saw it recently. She casted it so I could watch along because she was just watching it with another friend who was like, "You got to see this movie." So like, because I was just like sitting around hanging, like playing Animal Crossing, and Grace was like, "So my friend is making me watch Shawshank Redemption. Have you seen that?" I was like, "That's one of my favorite movies!" And like, I was like, "You got to see it." So she like started showing on a cast because she was only like 10 minutes in.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, dude, I hope she likes this. But at the end of the movie, she was like, Kyle, this is the best movie. Oh my god. So she really liked it too.
Oh, that's good. Well, I still need to see it.
Yeah, The Shawshank Redemption is like one of the best like drama movies out there.
It's actually
It's a really, really good movie.
Yeah, it's actually funny because Shawshank Redemption came out at the same time as like, well, I know there was like 5 films altogether, but it was like
Forrest
Gump, Jurassic Park, and like a couple others, I believe.
Yeah, it actually didn't like make it that big at the time it first came out, and then it like took off later.
Yeah, it was just like it's because
It
of
kind of
all
went under the radar. Like it got nominated for a couple Oscars, but like Forrest Gump like swept the Oscars that year.
Yeah,
Which is, I mean, I love Forrest Gump as well. It's also a really good movie.
I still haven't seen that.
Forrest Gump is really good too.
Yeah,
it is on our cast movie voting lists.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies that I want to watch and I haven't got around to watching.
I am in the same boat.
Yep.
I didn't really watch that many movies growing up. Like,
I mean, the movie I got.
I realized that one thing could have to do with it is that I don't have any siblings, and so I like didn't really grow up watching movies with people. Like, I mostly just played video games with my childhood friends. Like, Grace has seen a lot of stuff because she has 2 older brothers and watched a lot of movies with them growing up.
Oh yeah.
And that made me realize that like siblings can have a big influence on like the movies you see.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, with me and my brother, I like to watch stuff with my brother. At least I try to. And a lot of times it would just be me, just watch like me and him watching, and it's like only when he feels like watching stuff. So, yeah.
I'm gonna close these tabs with Chet Hanks's tattoos. He has the weirdest tattoos.
Don't want to see his tats anymore.
I think I've seen enough. All right.
Yeah, this is apparently the character that is a racist depiction of a Mexican, right here.
Oh, okay, sure. Why is that even necessary? This guy is in Toy Story 2.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
All right. Tom Hanks and Tim Allen insisted that they record their lines together, which they had previously done for one day during the making of the original Toy Story, but which is rarely done with animated films. They loved the chemistry their characters shared on screen.
Oh yeah, because like I
Or, like
remember,
rather than recording separately, they like wanted to like record at the same time together.
it's funny because one of the scenes with Buzz Lightyear's like, "Don't worry, Woody, we have a plan." Tom Hanks was with not Buzz Allen, Tim Allen, but Buzz Allen, and he was making fun of him. He was like, "Man, you only have one line out of this entire scene." And just like joking around. It's like even some of the scenes they don't even have together.
I mean, that's true because Woody spends a lot of this movie like, being kidnapped basically. Like,
Yep.
Woody is away from the rest of the toys in like a lot of the film.
Yeah, and Buzz is trying
That's
to help.
that's kind of the premise of the plot. So.
Yeah.
And then there's a thing talking about Slinky the dog, how like it's a different actor.
Mm-hmm.
Chuckles the clown appeared in Toy Story on the last present as wrapping paper, except he's smiling. So like at the end of the first Toy Story movie, it's Christmas and they're opening presents, and that clown is like the wrapping paper on one of the things.
Really? Huh. That's interesting. References to...
For Big Baby is one line for the entire movie, which is Mama. The crew had a lot of babies audition by recording them saying the line. The baby that was chosen was named Woody. In fact, director Lee Unkrich joked that he was that was the reason why they chose that baby.
That's actually kind of funny.
A parent named their kid Woody. That is a name that will get your kid made fun of so much in middle
Dude,
school.
Kyle, you say that, and then there's a baby called Dragonborn.
Yeah, Dragonborn is kind of a badass name though. Woody is just like a thing that's gonna get made fun of for like being a word for like a boner. So
Yeah.
yeah. This is the first sequel to be nominated for the Best Picture Oscar without any of its predecessors being nominated. Dual fuck. All of the Toy Story movies should have gotten Oscars.
Oh, all of them did get Oscars. It's just that none of
Best
them got
Picture didn't.
picture.
No,
Yeah.
not for Best Picture.
Yeah, Toy Story 3
I
deserved.
know what. So what was? Shit, I already looked up Best Picture in 1995, didn't I?
Yeah.
It was. Oh, Forrest Gump. No shit. Wait, Forrest Gump? I thought that was 1994.
I mean, was it?
Or I guess it probably came out late 94, and then the Oscar ceremony was in 95.
Yeah. It was in 94. What, then Toy Story 4 would be completely separate from that.
And what was Best Picture in 99? Shakespeare in Love.
I don't know that movie.
That hasn't aged well. It's a Harvey Weinstein movie.
It's a Harvey Weinstein's like, oh god dang, I messed up again. Like that's a company.
I
that
mean, he
made
was a big
movies.
name dude.
Yeah. Unfortunately, all those movies are just not gonna age well, no matter what.
Yeah. The first animated film to make $1 billion at the worldwide box office.
Oh yeah, Toy Story deserved that.
Yeah, dude, Toy Story 3 is so good.
Oh yeah, I loved it.
I watched it in theaters. Actually, I had to go
watched
back and see it on another day because my dad brought me to see the movie when it first came out, and they were having issues with the tech in the theater, and so we actually couldn't watch it that day. So we had to come back like the following weekend or the next day or something.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah,
And I was like, wow, I want to see Toy Story. And like, I remember talking to people freshman year of high school because it came out right after my freshman year.
Oh really?
I remember everybody was like, dude, well, fuck, we gotta go see Toy Story. Like, I remember even this one dude he wouldn't expect to be like super into like kids movies like that. He was like, dude, I love Toy Story. I'm so excited to see Toy Story 3.
Yeah, I
remember people like online were trash talking Toy Story 3 because like they thought from the trailers because they thought like, oh, it seems like an unnecessary cash cow sequel that it's like 15 years later, and like that it's like it takes place in like a totally different like setting because it's like in a daycare. Like people were like, wow, this movie might be bad, but then it comes out and everybody's like, dude, holy crap, it's the best movie in the series.
Yeah, it's like one of the things like I remember watching because I watched it in 2010 with my brother and my mom, and the thing is that my brother and I are 4 years apart in terms of school age, so literally that movie was perfect for my brother. Because
he would have been graduating from high school at the time.
Yeah,
right?
He was going to college, and then it's like my mom was watching, and it's like, dude, this is actually really sad, and it was actually perfect for my brother because he was going to college.
It was a smart idea because all the kids who grew up on Toy Story would have been like coming of age at the time, and so they knew like their audience would be like both young kids who are first getting into Toy Story by watching that movie, and also like kids who are like growing up, who it's like a coming of age story for them. And plus like we're kind of like kids who were born like right when Toy Story came out.
Yeah.
But if there were kids who are like, let's say like between the ages of 5 and 10 when the first Toy Story came out, then they probably would have been like almost having kids.
Yeah, that's true.
When Toy Story 3 came out.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Like a kid, like I say like a kid who is like 10 when the first Toy Story came out would have been 25 when Toy Story 3 came out.
Oh man, that's weird. Yeah, it's like our age group was literally born in the age of a lot of big childhood like fans. Like we were born where Pokemon came out, like around the time when Pokemon came out. It's like, dude, like basically whenever we age, Pokemon ages that much.
Yep.
It's like
All right,
that's
I'll be right back
weird.
because I need water.
No worries. It's just weird. Nope. Man, I'm getting close to finishing this game. There we go. That was annoying. Can I make that? I should be able to. Yeah, I did. Alright, and next one would be... Like, it's like, oh... Okay, I guess that's where I came from with the elevator. The ball doesn't do anything. Okay, this box has to be pushed somewhere. It's fun. It's nice that my game now is like an early copy of the Toy Story game, which is actually pretty cool. I never realized when I first bought this game. Now I found out already, like it was that, but whatever. What is this thing? Those critters look derpy as heck. Oh, this is a bed. Oh my god, this is so bad. Wow, this is like an interesting bed. Where do I go push this thing? Okay.
All right, welcome back to Real Bound Podcast.
Real bound.
IMDb.
IMDb. What the? Well,
All right. The screenplay of Toy Story 3 took 2.5 years to write and storyboard. That is a process.
so wait, storyboard and screenplay?
Yeah, it took 2.5 years to write it.
Yeah, no. That
I mean,
makes
like
sense.
that's like an ambitious project to make a Toy Story sequel. So,
I mean,
like,
they also had to like.
they knew they couldn't fuck up on that one.
Yeah, it's also that it was they already had a canceled like plot for it, so they had to make sure it really didn't mess up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even know what to do here. I could get like
There are 302 characters in the film, the most of any Pixar film.
well, a lot of it part actually, cause okay, here's the thing.
There's a lot of toys in the daycare, and also a lot of kids in the scenes where they're playing with the toys.
Yeah, there was actually a reviewer that the reason so like on Rotten Tomatoes, it is technically the worst reviewed Toy Story film. Well,
What?
outside the Toy Story 4 because like Toy Story 1 and 2 on Rotten Tomatoes are 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And Toy Story 3 got at one point 99, is currently 98 now.
What?
Yeah, and I remember seeing one review, which was one of the stupidest reviews, bagged it because like it had too many product placements. Like that's his main argument. It's like this is not a good movie because it had too much product placements.
The entirety of Toy Story's existence is product placement.
Yeah, and the
Like
thing.
the premise of the film, dude.
Yeah, and then another reviewer complained that it was way too sad and then depressing for kids or anything like that. It's like
That's what makes it a good movie.
I mean, yeah, I get that it's sad, but it's like that's just the movie. Also, I'm in the place of where Woody and gang are. It's so boxy.
Oh, in Al's apartment.
Yeah. It's so boxy. Also, apparently Jesse's like out here already trying to help me.
When Barbie is going through Ken's closet, they come across a blue and gold Letterman's jacket with a K embroidered on the breast and a state pennant laying across the front. Michael Keaton, the voice of Ken, graduated from Kent State University, whose colors are blue and gold.
Michael Keaton?
Yeah. That's the dude
Really?
who plays Ken. I know the name's familiar. What else is he in?
He's the action star. He's Birdman.
Oh, yep.
What?
Yeah, I'm seeing on here Birdman. Oh, he also plays Beetlejuice.
Yeah, he's also Batman. Wow, I never
That is Ken, yeah.
I never pictured him as Ken. That's actually kind of creepy, but also amazing at the same time how his acting skills are.
Let's see what else. The highest grossing movie of 2010, obviously.
I mean, well, it reached $1 billion, so
Yeah.
there's a reason. Oh man, they actually made the set of the TV show, Kyle, right here.
There seems to be no sign of intelligent life.
This is the set of the TV show. It's not that good though.
Franchise trademark. The Pizza Planet delivery truck, which has appeared in every Pixar film except The Incredibles. It's the truck that Lotso and his friends hitch a ride on in a flashback sequence. Andy has a calendar from Pizza Planet in his bedroom. I didn't know that. That Pizza Planet makes a cameo in every Pixar movie.
Oh yeah, no, because of the car.
I guess now that I think about it, there's a lot of Pixar that I haven't seen recently, so I wouldn't like really think of them.
I mean, you saw Inside Out, so
I wasn't looking for a Pizza Planet truck though.
true.
If I ask Grace if she's seen one, she might remember more clearly than I have, because she's probably seen that movie a couple more times.
I really need to watch that film.
Ken wears 21 different outfits throughout the movie.
Really? That's funny. I like how they also created the Woody standee. So yellow.
Originally, a sequel was planned when it seemed that Disney and Pixar would split over creative differences in 2004 through 05.
Mm-hmm.
Disney started up an animation division titled Circle 7, which would have been in charge of churning out sequels for Pixar films that would not involve the original creators at Pixar. Entertainment Weekly published an article that said the original plot for Toy Story 3 was going to be about Buzz Lightyear having a defect. Buzz would then be shipped to Taiwan to be fixed, but the other toys would find out that the toy company is just replacing the broken Buzz with new ones, so they ship themselves to Taiwan to rescue him. The script had to be canned when Pixar and Disney made amends. Part of their agreement was not to further develop projects that had been planned during their fallout. So basically the only reason they got rid of that premise was that they had a falling out and a different team was working on the movie, so they're like, let's just scrap this idea and start from scratch.
I mean, it was for the best.
That doesn't sound like a very good premise for the movie anyway.
No, it doesn't. I like what we got right now. It's like that was so much better. It was so dark, but
I mean, it's better timing. They wouldn't have come up with the coming of age story idea probably if they had been planning on releasing a movie in 2005.
Yeah. For sure, I would say.
The flamenco song that Jesse and Buzz dance to is a Spanish version of You Got a Friend in Me.
Oh yeah, I listened to that. It's actually fully Spanished. Everything.
Yeah,
it's actually
I
really
looked into
good.
the Japanese version of You Got a Friend in Me, and it's just kind of whack.
It's like,
It kind of sucks. It's not very catchy at all.
like, what does it sound like?
Let me listen. Let me look up the lyrics so I can remember.
It's like, okay, so there was a boss here that was just, I was wondering how to defeat. All I had to do was keep shooting it constantly, and it would not be able to kill me. The balance.
Ore ga tsuiteru ze. So that just means it's my lucky day, basically.
It's not the way your lyrics also doesn't sound great. with
Ore
the
ga
balance.
tsuiteru ze. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it doesn't have the same rhythm to it.
Yeah, it just sounds like it's one of
Tsurai
those.
koto bakari demo kimi wa kuji.
Yeah, this it works.
It sounds a lot different rhythmically.
Yeah, it works in some cases, but in a lot of it keeps interrupting itself. Like,
Which, I don't know, it's weird to me because a lot of other Disney songs work pretty well in Japanese because the language is like so like syllabic.
mm-hmm.
Like it has a really nice flow of syllables in Japanese.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So like when people sing, it sounds very rhythmic.
mm-hmm.
Like I don't really listen to very much like Japanese language music, but like when I hear like people sing songs at karaoke, I'm like, yeah, there's a really nice flow of like syllabary in Japanese.
Huh.
So the way that songs are written is really interesting.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
All right. Ken's line, "Take him to the library," pronounced as library after capturing Buzz, was an intentional mispronunciation as an improvisation by Michael Keaton. Director Lee Unruh liked it so much that he kept it in the film.
Wait, what did he say?
Take him to the library. So he intentionally mispronounced library just for whatever reason, and the director liked it, so he kept it in.
Also, this character has not appeared in Toy Story 2. I don't think.
The wrestler toy, I think that's in Elle's Toy Barn.
Oh.
That guy looks familiar. I think he's one of the toys.
No, he
in
wasn't.
the toy store.
He was one of the toys Andy had, but he was definitely not one of the toys that was.
Oh, you're right.
Also, why are you using a picture from the video game when you're going to the airport? It's like
The
why?
final shot in the film before the end credits is that of white clouds against a blue sky. This is a reference to the very first frame of the movie, which is also the same as the first frame of the Toy Story trilogy, that of white clouds against a blue sky and the wallpaper in Andy's room.
It was definitely one of my favorite scenes. It's like
it's a shout out, a throwback.
It ended perfectly. Like, I really wish they didn't go with Toy Story 4. I hope that Toy
I've
Story
heard people still say Toy Story 4 is good, but it was weird to me when they announced another sequel. I was like, what?
It's
I was like, the franchise ended perfectly, and you're doing another one?
It was like, I get that they argue that it's to bring back Bo Peep because she was a fan favorite, but at the same time, I don't think that was a great addition. Like, they could have done it with like an episode kind of thing, what they did at Toy of Terror kind of thing. But my personal thing about Toy Story 4 is that it's not a bad movie. I won't say like it's the worst movie of all time or anything like that. It's a good movie. It does build up for it, but there's a lot of gripes in it that I have that ruin 3, like kind of ruined the ending of 3 for me. And it also I guess in a sense it just doesn't feel like it was really needed. It was not, like, even if you take it out, it's like there was no point to have it in the long run. That's my personal opinion.
There is one fun fact that says it's the 3rd highest grossing animated film of all time, but I just double checked and that is now outdated.
Now
it is the 7th.
Well, yeah.
But it peaked at number 1.
What are the top 7?
Oh, wow, really? The number 1 is the Lion King remake. That surprises me.
Well, a lot of kids...
I mean, like, that's a big nostalgia watch, so...
And a lot of kids watched it.
I mean, I went to see it in theaters, so...
Yeah, you're part of the problem.
Next, number 2 and 3 are both of the Frozen movies, with Frozen 2 being higher.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Number 4, The Incredibles 2. That's interesting. Number 5 is Minions. I'm sure like half of that income came from Japan, because holy shit, Minions are so popular here.
Seriously?
Yeah, Minions are very, very popular in Japan. And, oh wow, Toy Story 4 actually made more money than Toy Story 3 did.
Well, I mean...
Only a little bit more, but, well, when I say a little bit, I mean like $10 million more, which is not a small sum of money.
That's an easy, like, if the Toy Story 3 was let out for like another couple weeks.
But the thing is, it is a... Toy Story 3 at least peaked at number 1, whereas Toy Story 4 only peaked at number 5 on the list because it couldn't beat any of the movies above it.
I still say it was just not
Frozen
necessary.
peaked at number 1.
Yeah. I mean, that's Frozen for you.
A lot of these are sequels that end up being super high grossing.
Well, it's also because they went on the success of the original, basically.
Yep. Nostalgia. Alright, Oh, you kind of mentioned this earlier, but it's worded in the trivia. John Morris, who voiced young Andy in Toy Story and Toy Story 2, voices the now older Andy in Toy Story 3. Since nobody at Pixar had spoken to him since he was a child, they weren't sure if his voice would still be suitable for voice acting. They called him up and got his answering machine the first time. Just from hearing his voice on the machine, they knew they had to have him play Andy again.
Yep.
On the other hand, Charlie Bright provides the voice of the younger Andy in the film's opening sequence,
Yep.
and also voiced Petey, one of the toy peas in a pod at Bonnie's house.
Wait, really? Huh.
That's interesting. That's the same dude, though. I never knew that.
Yeah, I knew that they got a different Andy when I heard Andy in the trailer. They also changed Andy's face. It just doesn't look right to me. Like, you can see it in the trailer and stuff, but Andy's face has definitely changed. For better.
The voice in the box that that yells "new toys"
Oh yeah,
when the
that
toys
guy.
first come in, and also the sound effects of the cymbal monkey.
Oh yeah.
Those are both voiced by Lee Unkrich himself, the director.
Actually, that's actually.
So he did like voice cameos.
I mean, it's actually pretty nice that directors and stuff and other people do that just for like fun in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
I find it more entertaining.
There is once again an A113, which is on the license plate of Andy's mom's car again when it's like 10 years later.
I mean, you don't really change your license plate.
Your car, though?
Yeah, I guess so.
That in 10 years they don't have a different car. I mean, it's like cars can have a long lifespan. Like my mom has driven the same car for like almost 15 now, I think.
Yep.
All right.
There's nothing up here.
At one point in the film, Mr. Potato Head scurries across a toy piano. The notes on the piano, the notes that the piano plays are the Petrushka chord, a recurring motif from a ballet composed by Igor Stravinsky about a puppet who comes to life.
Igor Stravinsky?
So it's like a composer
Oh.
who has like a ballet story about a puppet that comes to life. So it's like kind of a nod to Toy Story-ish historical, you know. It's like a shout out to other art.
Oh, that's fun. That's nice.
One of 3 animated films to be nominated for Best Picture, with the first 2 being... I don't know, can you guess what they are?
Which one? Toy Story 3?
Animated films to be nominated for Best Picture. Toy Story 3 is one of them.
Yeah, I know Toy Story 3 was one of them.
I'll give you hints. One of them was made in the 90s, and the other was made in the 2000s.
Lion King?
No.
That would be a good guess.
That would be.
What would made in the 2000s?
Lion King is like my favorite non-Toy Story Disney movie, I guess. That or Mulan.
Okay, I don't know about the 2000. I don't know about either one, but I don't know what the 2000 would be.
If I give you the specific year, do you think you would know?
Yeah, try it.
So the one from the 90s just came out in 1991.
Oh, that's late. That would be...
In 91? That's not late. That's early 90s.
I mean, early. I guess I was thinking, like, different. Man, that's definitely during the Renaissance era.
Buzz Lightyear to Star Command. Commence
Dang it.
Star
What
Command.
was... I'm thinking... I think there is one that I can't put my finger on what it is. Dang it. What is it?
I mean, if you think you know what movie it is, then be my guest and tell me.
No, it's like I have a feeling I know this movie, but I don't know the name.
Oh my god, I was trying to give you a hint there. It's Beauty and the Beast.
Oh god, that one. Yes. I figured.
And the one from the 2000s came out in 2009.
I'm Buzz
Not Jimmy Neutron. SpongeBob. No, SpongeBob came out in like 2006. The movie.
That was like 2005, I think. I was still in elementary school when the SpongeBob movie came out.
Yeah, cause like okay. Shrek.
Nah.
No, I don't know that one.
Up.
Oh.
Up. That's like actually I take it back. Well, oh man, it's hard to say.
I just
Up
recently
is like
watched.
Up is my favorite Pixar movie outside of Toy Story. I love Up.
I like Up. I like the message it told. It is something that a lot of us do. Hold on to memories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I Up is definitely a film I consider one of my favorite animated films of all time. I don't know about favorite films of all time.
We in my Boy Scout troop we used to joke a lot because the kid Russell in that movie acts a lot like the way my friend Liam used to act when he was a younger kid.
Oh, really?
It's like the kind of dorky, like chubby Boy Scout.
Mm-hmm. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I just recently watched Up, again with Lucy, and I still enjoy it. Definitely it. I think okay.
It's been a couple years since I've seen Up, actually. Probably since I was still at Western.
Actually, I don't know which I would like more, actually, because I like Wall-E too. It's about the same thing as Up. But
I've only seen Wall-E once, and it was a long time ago. So like, spoiler alert, Up is on my like favorite movies list on like the drafting I'm doing. But it's been so long since I've seen Wall-E that I can't really like qualify it.
That's fine. But I still consider Wall-E as like I have an argument like with it's either Wall-E or it's either it's like Wall-E or Up, and then like there's a bunch of other Pixar movies that I've seen.
I'll have to revisit Wall-E at some point. Like I was looking on a list of like I came across it because I was watching a movie that appeared on the list, but it was like a bunch of film critics got together and made like a list of like the 100 best movies of the 20th century or 21st century. And Wall-E was like one of the animated movies on the list.
Yeah, I
Spirited Away was number 4 on the critics list, which I thought was really interesting.
I still need to watch Spirited Away again. Like I remember watching it a long time ago.
I gotta watch it too. Like I'll have to ask Grace if she wants to watch that with me when I'm getting to more Ghibli stuff.
I need to rewatch that. Like that's probably one of the movies I'll be more willing to watch.
Let's see more trivia. The phrase, "I'd like to join your posse, boys, but first I'm going to sing a little song," had not yet been said by Woody's voice box in the final cut of any Toy Story film until now. But it did exist as far back as Toy Story in a deleted scene where Sid tortures Buzz and Woody.
What? Really?
Huh. That would be a dark scene. What the hell? Toy Story 1 is already scary enough for a child.
What was the quote again?
I'd like to join your posse, boys, but first I'm going to sing a little song. I'm not sure where that occurs in the movie. It seems like something Buzz Lightyear would say. Oh no, but Woody says it apparently. I'm trying to think of. I think it's a scene where like Woody is like breaking them out of the.
No, I think it might be the tree though. Like when he has a string pulled.
Oh.
Might be. I could be wrong though.
Oh, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, when like the girl finds him.
Yeah, Bonnie.
Yeah, you might be right on that. Yeah.
But in the deleted scene, man, Toy Story 1 was so dark. Considering the fact they had so many ideas for it, it's like, how many dark ideas did you guys have?
Yeah. The instant message Trixie receives from Velocistar 237 on the computer reads, "You there? I made it to the Dark Fortress." Which I think that's a reference to like the Toy Story like video game in the that's being played in the second movie.
Oh.
Also that username has the number 237, which is a Shining reference.
Yeah, I think they
because the director likes to throw the number 237 into every movie he makes.
I think he's just like one of those like it's a that they were a fan of it, so it's like they're gonna reference it as much as they can.
Well, I think that he's like such a huge fan that he even like made like in the 90s or something one of the like Shining fan websites, like a fan page
Seriously?
where people would like discuss theories about the movie. Yeah, like he's like a hardcore fan of The Shining. It's like his like all-time favorite movie or something.
That's interesting.
Which is probably why his movies are kind of scary. Because his inspiration to get into filmmaking was a horror movie.
Yeah. Man, I'm just thinking like all the Pixar movies now. And actually, honestly, I will say this. Like, while I enjoyed The Incredibles, I don't think it as like one of my favorite movies all the time. I enjoy
I like it a lot. I like The Incredibles.
Yeah, I like The Incredibles.
I know that's like
enjoy it.
Jacob's like all-time favorite movie or something.
Yeah, for me, it's...
Like you said that to me before, that it's like one of his favorites.
Was it? No, I guess he might have mentioned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's such a great movie. Like, I enjoy it. I just don't think it's that great. But then again, that's just me who has, like, different films, like Back to the Future as one of his, like, movies I always go back to watching.
Into those Freudian movies.
I mean, it's been a long time.
The lunchbox Buzz grabs to save himself from the shredder on the conveyor belt is a replica of an actual $6 million man lunchbox that Lee Unkrich had in his childhood, his favorite lunchbox.
A $6 million one?
The $6 Million Man, I think that's a movie.
Oh yeah, that one.
And so he had a lunchbox of that movie, and he decided to, like, make it the object that Buzz Lightyear grabs to, like, get the magnet to pull him up.
Oh, right, yeah.
So just like I don't know, it's just him referencing his own childhood.
That's a nice little Easter egg right there.
Woody has 229 animation points of movement on his face. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to think how much like would have to be done just to animate even the smallest sequences in that movie.
Yep. Actually, yeah, because like that movie was high, like not only very high quality, but they had like so many polygons and stuff all around.
1225 Sycamore Street, Bonnie's house, and 234 Elm Street, Andy's house, do exist together in two cities, Cincinnati, Ohio, and Denton, Texas.
I wonder
Though
how
they
many...
are in reality much farther apart in Cincinnati and Denton, they intersect. Elm Street is similarly surrounded by roads with names of trees, maple, walnut, hickory, and oak, as seen in the scene where Woody uses the computer to find his way home.
How many like people would go to those houses and just say like, "Can I visit your house just to see the Andy house and Bonnie house?" That'd be weird.
Yeah, that'd be pretty annoying.
I mean, that's the problem. Like, you know the Goonies house? Like, I never watched the Goonies, but apparently ever since the a house, like, people living there, they always hate people going there and doing, like, the belly, like, thingy that the kid does.
Yeah, the truffle shuffle, yeah. I watched that movie because Grace told me I was uncultured for not having seen that movie as a kid.
Ha. That's funny.
I honestly was not really a fan watching it as an adult. I was like, eh.
I never watched
I don't know.
it.
Some of those Hollywood kids movies I think are just kind of... As a kid, it probably would have been more entertaining, but when I watched it, I was just like, eh.
Probably same here. I still have yet to see it.
Thanks to you, I'm a whole spud again.
Honestly, I don't know if I will be able... Like, I want to watch the Goonies, but I don't know if I will be able to enjoy it, as people would say. Though that's just me. Again.
Oh yeah, I was aware of this, that, Bonnie has a Totoro toy in her house.
Yeah, they even have it in the credits.
Mm-hmm.
It smiles creepily.
Bonnie has a band-aid on her leg, and on the band-aid is Dory from Finding Nemo.
That's not much of a... it's more of like an animation Easter egg. Oh, Stinky Pete. Let me fight you. The Prospector. This game is really unbalanced with terms of fighting and everything, I will say.
Just a couple trivia facts about like the origins of some of the toys in the movie, or like the specific models that they're based on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's the longest Toy Story movie at 1 hour and 43 minutes.
Yeah, no, it is by far, like, it well deserves all of its time.
I mean, dude, that sequence when they're in the dump about to get burned.
Dude, that was
That
so
scared
intense.
the hell out of me, dude. I was terrified.
That was
theater.
like, that was so intense. Like, jeez. Like, if you...
Last year, when I was going to watch that movie, when me and my friends were in Tokyo and we were planning on watching the 4th movie, my friend Penn actually hadn't seen Toy Story 3 yet, so we just watched it in the hotel room that evening.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we ended up just watching it on my iPad, I think. We wanted to find like a USB to like hook up my iPad to like the TV in the hotel room, but we couldn't find a cheap accessory for that. So we just watched it on my iPad, and like Penn was like, "Dude, that movie was really sad."
Yeah, no, like, if you imagine, like, a kid who just got into Toy Story, and, like, you watch them 1 and 2, it's like, oh, cool, I can't wait for 3 to come out, and then you show them that, they start, like, they get traumatized by that.
Yeah.
It's like... That's like, I appreciate them doing that, like, I really liked everything about it, but it's like, that was really dark for even a kid's movie.
The Judas Priest song Electric Eye was used as a temporary music for the desert sequence. Lee Unkrich hinted that every employee who worked on the film, including him, are fans of heavy metal.
Oh, that's funny.
So there's, as a filler song when they were working on the animation, they used a Judas Priest song.
Really? That's interesting.
And there's a Wilhelm scream in the movie somewhere.
Wait.
During the opening sequence of old home footage when Andy is watching television with the toys.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was like, is it in the sequence with all the monkeys? It's like, I don't remember ever hearing that.
I think it's the part where like they're looking back on like old footage of Andy as a kid.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it's not that one of the toys makes the noise. It's that
It's a TV show.
Andy's watching a movie, and in the movie he's watching on the TV, it plays a Wilhelm scream sound.
I wonder what movie he was watching. Unfortunately, with that time of
Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars. I would assume it would be Star Wars because it's like that's the most famous Wilhelm scream, I guess, in the sense. Because it popularized it. It really did. I mean, George Lucas did it good on that one, at least.
Regarding the scene where Mr. Potato Head is putting his body pieces into food, there were some talks to have this last longer with different foods, including a bitten apple with a worm sticking out.
That's actually would be a little creepy.
It's got the scene of like the tortilla and like the pickle or whatever.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Dude,
it's like, you have no idea what I've been through tonight or something.
Yeah, no,
like
when I
that.
first saw that, it was just like, man, what happened to him? And that's actually one of my favorite sequences of the movie. It was just like, it's like, he turned into a tortilla. It's like, dude, shoot. It's like, what? Stop, shoot. And it just keeps biting him and just gets cut in half. And it's like, dude, that's just hilarious. I'm sad that Mr. Potato Head's actor passed away.
Oh, that's right.
He passed away before Toy Story 4 was fully finished.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, so what they did with him is that he had a lot of lines, so they kind of reused his lines for some of his parts. That's it. They never replaced him. I don't know. I think it's like alright, but at the same time, it's just like, eh.
I think we've kind of passed the interesting trivia here too.
No, that sucks. Man, what other Pixar movies would be interesting?
The film cast includes 3 Oscar winners: Tom Hanks, Whoopi Goldberg, and director Lee Unkrich.
Wait,
And 3 Oscar nominees: Ned Beatty, Joan Cusack, and Michael Keaton.
wait. Whoopi Goldberg has an Oscar?
Yeah, I'm not. Let me look that up.
I mean, that's a fact to me. That's an interesting one.
For Best Supporting Actress in Ghost,
Oh, I watched
which is
Ghost.
a horror movie from '91.
Wait. Ghost? That's a horror movie? Must be
Or
thinking.
something. Is it?
I thought that was
Maybe not.
That was the movie where I thought that was a movie that's where
Romantic fantasy thriller film. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's I think I know what movie it is. It's basically the where a guy dies, but his soul is not goes away, and he tries to figure out his murderer's death, and plot twist happens, and Whoopi Goldberg is like a psychic in that movie, so she can.
I think
hear what
I
he says.
skimmed over this in one of the most profitable movies lists
Oh,
because it made a huge amount of money for its budget.
it was a weird one.
All right, shoot, dude, I think we're at the end of our trivia. What should we do now? Are you like close to beating this game or something? Are you planning to keep going? 'Cause it's really late, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm actually almost done with this game.
All right, well, what should we do then? Right now?
Let's see. Do you care about Toy Story like episodes? Like not the Toy Story
I don't know
4.
if I do.
Yeah, I mean you can always look up trivia for those. Because there's the Toy Story Terror, there's Ken and yeah, actually there was like a episode where it would be Ken and Barbie's like vacation day. It's like, oh, Bonnie's going to vacation day. It's like Ken and Barbie were going to go with Bonnie, but it's like she never brought them with him. It's like, wait, what? And then Ken is just like so shocked that he was not invited to go on the vacation. It was like a weird one. Alright, where is the boss?
I'm gonna look up. Do I have my? Where did I? Was it in a Google Doc that I had my top movies list? I think
Yeah.
it's a Google Doc.
I have my Google Doc. I still need to organize.
I'm just checking because I can't remember if I saved it as a Word document or a Google Doc. Oh, no, it's a.
I need to
Google.
rework my music list first and foremost.
Yeah, I haven't even started, or I think I started drafting that one at some point. Do I have that in my Google Docs? Let me look. Oh, well, I made a list of 41 songs so far. There are some games I feel like I just need to like revisit their soundtrack a bit.
Yeah. I mean, spoiler alert, one of my songs is Dire Dire Docks. And then it's like, I was just like, where do I put this?
One of mine is too.
Yeah, it's like, where do I put this on the list of songs that I enjoy.
Or I think no, this list isn't in order yet. I think I was literally just like listing
Oh,
video games that I should include for a song.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was doing, and then it's just like I put Dire Dogs. It's like, why do I put this on my list? And it's like all the other songs were good. It's like, it's stuck. For what?
I'm
what
sure
I
there
was-
will be a lot of overlap because we grew up on a lot of the same games.
Yeah, I would say so, but there's quite a bit of recent. I tried to make it variety, because and also make it like what songs I actually do enjoy / remember a lot.
A lot of them are like nostalgic things, like the title screens of games that I played as a kid.
Oh right, yeah.
So a lot of the games are like childhood games on my list.
Oh, that's nice.
Plus, I mean, like, I don't know, more recent. I don't play as many video games as I used to, you know. So like, there won't be like a lot of super recent stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least not super recent stuff that I'd remember for its music above anything. I mean, there are exceptions to that, like Night in the Woods, because that game has a really good soundtrack.
I mean, it does have a nice soundtrack. I like the guitar, like the music that plays. I actually do like that. I wouldn't consider it as one of my most favorite songs of all time, of video game songs. But it's definitely, I will say, it is definitely a nice one. At least that's my thing. Man, I don't even know what, like, I know my list is actually pretty incomplete with what's on it, so I need to really think what I want to add on to it. I wonder if like you have any Earthbound songs on it. I'm pretty sure you do.
Gee, I wonder, dude.
I'm pretty sure you do.
wonder if there's any Earthbound music, dude.
I mean, I have some. Actually, do I have? No, I don't have some, but I have one.
I know.
I see.
I thought of doing a thing before where it's like, because on like my blog that I do from time to time, which I'm in the process of reviving because I'm doing stuff about books right now. But I started that blog to do a thing where I wrote like about an album for like every day of September that year, and it was like just 30 albums that I like a lot. I thought about doing a thing that's more ambitious where I do like 300 top albums or something.
Oh, that's a lot.
And making a list of like, yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that I like of like different genres that I could give like shout outs to. I'm especially getting into a lot of more like new music lately because there's a YouTube channel I follow by a guy who films like hardcore punk shows.
Oh yeah.
And he has like a website with like a band, like a band recommendation generator and stuff. So I've been finding like a lot of new music to listen to through that.
Wow, that's interesting. Also, James would be proud of me with one of these levels. I ended off with 69 coins. Nice.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
I think I've seen on Reddit there's actually a nice bot that like when you just comment the word nice, like a nice bot will reply to you and like count how many times you've said nice.
Seriously?
On your account. Yeah, I've seen it before.
That's actually kind of funny. Wait, on account on like what? Discord?
On your Reddit account, on Reddit.
Oh, Reddit.
It's like you comment nice, and it's like a bot will like, it automatically counts how many times you've just made a post saying nice on your account, and then like posts it for you.
Oh, really?
Being like, you've said nice 100 times in this account.
Oh man. I don't really use Reddit. That's one thing I always will say. It's just like...
I read Reddit, but I don't post that often.
Same. I don't ever post. I just read it because it's like, well, it's interesting news that I don't really like try to take it as like, I don't know. I just don't like to. I don't try to post on it. I don't know. I don't get addicted to it or anything. Like people always say it's like it's so addicting and stuff. It's like I don't really find addicting.
Yeah, people who surf Reddit too much. That's true.
Yeah, I don't find it addicting at all. I mean, I only follow very few things like.
Yeah, I just
retro
check on a
stuff.
couple regular things. Like, I read some sort of like Ask Reddit-ish kind of forums. Like
Oh,
people
yeah.
ask questions and other people comment and answer.
Oh yeah.
And then some like music-related subreddits. And I also check the Jet subreddit fairly frequently, where like the Jet
Oh
community
yeah,
posts stuff.
the Jets would have one.
Those are the only subreddits that I really check frequently. The Jet one occasionally just has some interesting things that people say, and I've checked it for like things related to like the virus and like how people have like how their workplaces have responded to it.
How's everyone actually? Compared
There
to,
is
like-
kind of like a toxic like Japanese Reddit residents community on Reddit that occasionally like troll the Jet subreddit, and it's kind of annoying.
that just seems rude. Like it's actually a serious
I've heard a
thing.
comment that doesn't surprise me that people are like, Japan has like the biggest community of like expats, like people who live, like foreigners who live in that country, who are like the most bitter people
Mhm.
relative to like any other country. I guess it's just because of how Japanese society can be to foreigners, and they just get bitter and jaded about it.
Seriously,
And
yeah.
I was like, that's a good point. I've never heard of people who are like foreigners who live in like Korea or like any other country who are that like pissy about the country they live in.
That's true, actually.
Then again, because the English teaching industry in Japan, I think Japan's like one of the most common ones of countries for people to move to.
That people move to.
I don't know. They're like weirdo like weebs and shit who like I don't like the Jet community is cool here, but like I have like both met and heard of people who are like older residents of Japan who are kind of weird.
Right.
Like the kind like there's like some who are like there's kind of a dude who like lives here who's probably like well into his 30s now,
Mhm.
who like is like married to like a woman who like he's like kind of a womanizer and shit, like
Oh yeah.
it's like super sexist and kind of a douche, and like it's one of those people who just takes advantage of having like a Japanese partner who can just like kind of babysit him all the time.
Kind of like help him with everything that.
Right, and I've seen like a comment on Reddit of like somebody who like supposedly like lives in Japan long term, like got like a career focused path to like continue living in Japan
Oh yeah.
after their time on Jet. And they commented and they were just saying stuff about how like a problem I've seen with like the expat community here is like they were like be aware of having a sense of learned helplessness.
Oh yeah.
And what they meant by that is they were like saying like I've seen too many people here who are like long-term residents who like just put zero effort into like taking care of their own life as a resident of Japan. Like they just like marry a Japanese person. I think the most common scenario is to be like a dude who marries a Japanese woman. And they're just like a guy who's like lived here for like so many years but still like doesn't speak or read very much Japanese at all, and like expects their wife to take care of like everything for them,
Oh
like regarding
God.
like finances, like or like anytime like a phone call needs to be made or a document needs to be signed, they just make their wife do it.
That just
Like
sounds
the
weird.
one sexist dude that I've met like never bothered getting a driver's license here and just like brags about how he can make his wife drive him everywhere, and I'm like, no, that's like
It's like the exact opposite.
personally I can do without driving and owning a car, but if I needed to do that here, then I would. Like
That's
I
just
can
like
get by
losing.
without it here, which is nice. But like, yeah, the idea of like, I actually put in the effort to like learn Japanese and stuff while I'm here. Like I've been here for almost 3 years now, and I've like passed N2, and can read like most of the documents that I get in like the mail or whatever if it's something important.
Yeah.
If I have to fill out a document in my workplace, I always like ask my supervisor to like tell me what to do, just because it's like official paperwork, and I don't want to. I like want to make sure they don't make a mistake on it or something.
Oh yeah.
But like, I don't expect like people to just like take care of me in like every regard, you know.
Oh yeah.
It can be nerve-wracking to have to like talk to people and stuff about like official things, but generally if it's something super important like bank-related stuff, you're expected that you can just like ask your supervisor about it.
Oh yeah. No.
But, like when I travel, like I can like check into a hotel and do all that kind of stuff or whatever, like in Japanese without needing to like switch languages or anything.
Oh
If
yeah.
anything, going to like punk shows has been like a really helpful thing for just like getting over like social anxiety stuff or like fear of like having to speak Japanese to people. Just going to shows where I don't know anybody and just talking to people there.
Mm-hmm. That's true. God dang it. Well, unfortunately, Jet's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, the program is kind of fallen apart because of the virus. Like a lot of people have left, and they're probably not going to get enough people coming in to replace them.
So what's going to happen? Are they just going to like eventually fall down, like stop?
No, I don't think the program's going to end. It's just going to be a huge hassle of like some schools might have to go without an ALT for a while, and it wouldn't surprise me if there's just a lot of chaos with like people because they've made it clear that like jets at this point, because of the chaotic circumstances, can like withdraw from the program anytime before departure with no penalty. So I think you'll see a lot of people waiting it out to see like how bad the virus gets and if they feel safe going to Japan.
Yep.
And like I think a lot of people cancel like fairly late in the process, and like a lot of alternates will get upgraded, and then they might back out too. It'll just be kind of like a lot of hot potato, you know,
Oh yeah.
of people backing out and somebody else replacing them.
Yeah. I mean, you and Grace are at least gonna stay around for a little bit longer.
Nobody I know. Well, I think there may be a few people on the other side of the prefecture who like broke contract and left. Mostly like around March. I think a lot of what happened a lot around the country is that people broke contract either because they were frustrated about their workplace, like not seemingly not caring about their safety. In Toyama, we like won our own rights basically by like protesting about it. But there are others who are just, especially those who weren't planning on staying beyond the summer, like those who didn't recontract, and they basically like wrote to like the embassies in their home country, like asking about the process of getting home. Like they're asking if it would be a thing that they could get like a chartered flight. So even if commercial flights are canceled, they're asking if the government would book a flight for like people who need to return to their home country.
That's not gonna happen.
And the government was straight up like, we can't guarantee that it'll be a thing. And the government's advice in like every other country was like basically saying, we recommend that if you want to get home by the summer, you should return now, because we can't guarantee you that flights will exist by this summer. So a lot of people decided to leave now who weren't planning on staying beyond the summer, because they knew they were going to go home by the summer anyway, and they were worried that they might not be able to get home and could be stuck in Japan without a job. So those people decided to just leave early.
That's just sad.
It's a bummer. And process of like the uncertainty of getting new ALTs. I've heard, and even on a national level, the government agency is working on it, of for ALTs who were originally planning on leaving in the summer, but have now decided that they'd rather just stay here, like to continue working, or because they feel safer in Japan than returning to their home country where the conditions are worse.
Yep.
That supposedly there's going to be special contracts offered to jets who would like to stay longer. Like even though they'd initially not signed the contract, they can be offered one now.
Which is nice.
Which will be good for those people.
Yeah, which is nice.
Because another thing that's happened is it's just like, especially for jets who like only came this year and are planning to like stay for a year and go home, like half of their entire contract year has been taken away by this virus.
Yeah.
You know, like they come to Japan, they're like, cool, I can like work here and like spend some time traveling the country. But then the virus hits and half of their entire contract year is spent staying home and not being able to go anywhere or go to work. So they're kind of like, well, this is shit. So if those people can get like an extension offer, then that would be good for them.
Yep. That they at least can work and get some help with that, especially with living wise.
And have a place that's like at least safer than going back to their home country, and also a place where they have a job guarantee.
Yeah, it's like if you're
Because people return to the U.S. now are kind of screwed, and are not going to be able to find work.
yeah, because I think like a lot of places are halting like even getting like having companies like big companies like Microsoft halting people getting like actual like hey, you can't have people come in, like you can't hire more people basically.
Yeah, because they're just worried about how things are going to go. I mean, you got like you're probably working from home until like October or something. Like
That's the current plan, yes.
my mom told me that both her and my dad have gotten their work from home permissions extended till September at the very like latest or earliest.
Yep. Basically mine is gonna be like that.
And my mom told me that like my dad is driving her completely insane having to like spend all this time home alone with him. At least she has the 3 cats to entertain her.
Yeah.
But she's like, your dad's hearing is starting to fade, so he talks on the phone very, very loudly to his coworkers when I'm trying to work.
Yeah. Yeah, for me it's just I'm just trying to get used to it, but it's like I can't handle working at home a lot now. It's like I need to go out. I need to see people. I need to do all this stuff.
It sucks that you're required to like stay home. Like you can't even like go outside and just chill, because like I live in an area that's like, I don't know, I guess the population is still probably kind of dense, but like people aren't really out and about in Japan very much, or at least not in my area. So like I can just go out and go running on the road that I run on, because like there's not people out there really. And it's like not a big deal. So like when I want the exercise and want to get outside, then I can do that on a nice day.
That's true.
But I still haven't like spoken to any friends in person or anything for like months now.
Yeah, it's like
I mean, I am still worried about going back to work like the week after next, because who knows how this is going to develop.
Oh yeah. No,
It seems like a massive conspiracy at this point.
my biggest like I want to work because I want to be able to go to work and work, because like I work best like on campus and on site and everything, but it's like working at home, it's like you get all like, even if I have my own office, I get so like not productive, not like I don't have enough people around me to even like, hey, like actually like even communication is like really bad. Like
I understand that. Like at Western, like even like living in the apartments and stuff, most of the time I would just go to campus and like be in like the library or in some other building when I was studying.
Oh yeah.
Like I would basically just like, I wasn't even at home a lot of the time unless I was just like playing guitar or like eating or whatever. Like senior year, a lot of the time it would just be like, I go to campus fairly early in the morning because they have morning classes pretty much every semester. And I never had a day without classes. I usually tried to balance my schedule like that. So like I go to campus, go to class, do AUP volunteering, and then like, I don't know, AUP classes would be over at 3 in the afternoon. So I guess a lot of the time I would just like go home and chill for part of the afternoon. And then the evening I'd just like eat dinner and then just like walk back to campus and study until I was done for the day.
It's funny.
And then walk back home. Yeah,
it's funny how I enjoyed like working. I was fine working a lot like during the like school days and everything, but it was like at one point in my time was like I tried to purposely make my schedule have at least one like off day where it's like I can just relax, and that happened at the very end of my year. It's like at the very end, like senior year, I managed to make my schedules like, yes, I have one day only like off each week. It's like, Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of prefer to be on campus and just have like one class a day or something. Like,
Oh yeah, I prefer being on class, but usually
I
from
guess it got me out and about. Like, part of the reason why I like to study on campus is just because, like, for one thing, the chairs on campus are generally more comfortable than the chair in my apartment. It's like sitting at a desk
Oh.
felt less claustrophobic and uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, big time.
Also, just like I think like it helps you kind of relax to like be able to have that like walk time to and from campus as opposed to just being cramped in the same space doing all of my work for all my classes.
Oh yeah, no, that I get
Like
that.
even if I wanted to, sometimes I could just like move around a bit. Like if I need to do some reading and then do some Japanese study, I would like go to one building on campus, find a comfy chair, and read whatever I need to read, and then like move to the library or something to do some like desk studying.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like I do the exact same thing.
So like you have like that walk break when you need some time to like just take like 5 to 10 minutes of a break.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Or just get like some snacks from a vending machine or something.
Oh
Dude,
yeah.
that's one thing I miss, dude. There are no snack vending machines in Japan. It's kind of crazy. At least not like here. But even in Tokyo, I really don't see snack vending machines. There are drink machines everywhere.
Really?
But I guess because convenience stores are so like common here, that's like where people buy their snacks. So they don't have like vending machines for snacks. Kind of annoying, man. It's like, what if I want some pretzels? Shit.
Yeah, I remember like I remember like every time I would like work really late, I would be like I would like be buying so many like, oh my god, I'll be buying so many like snacks and all that stuff. I was literally buying like energy drinks. I was buying like snacks from vending machines just so I can like...
Absolutely. I would like that just ended up becoming like a meal or something between study breaks. I just get like some pretzels and a soda or something. Like
I
I was telling Grace about this the other day after my stream was over. We were just kind of
Really?
talking for a bit, and like she was telling some college stories about a time where like she and her friends who she lived with were planning on like cooking something, but there was a power outage, and so they couldn't use the oven. So they just like ordered a pizza and ate it in the dark. I was just telling stories about living in Stack 8 where like if it was like past late night time and we were hungry, we would just like walk from the Stack 8 lounge to like the Fairhaven Commons and just stock up on snacks from the vending machines if the building was still unlocked. We totally did that. Me and Alex did that like a lot. 'cause Alex
actually,
would
I
get
remember
really
that.
late, like all the time.
No,
So
I
we just get like
remember
some
that.
chips and soda and just walk back and eat.
No, I remember that. Like I remember you guys coming in sometimes just like a full bag of snacks.
Yeah.
They were just like, dude, are you guys serious?
We gotta be stocked, dude. It was like late at night and there's nowhere else to get food at the time.
Yeah, no, it was funny. I mean, I didn't complain. It's just like it was just funny that I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
There was also the double soda machine on campus. Are you aware of the double soda machine?
No, yeah, you guys always told me. I never got double sodas from there. Actually, but then again,
Basement floor Arnson Hall. It was about a 50-50 for me, but I had some lucky breaks. Like
I only had like
it
I
was
only
just
tried
so
it like
glitchy that
once.
there would be times where I'd pay for a $1.75 soda. I would put in $2 bills, and then I'd get one soda. It would give me 2 sodas and 50 cents in change. And I was like, dude. I was like, I hit the jackpot on double soda machine.
Double soda. What the frick? Oh my.
And it was on the basement floor, Arnson, and sometimes I would have AOP classes that were down on that floor. So like anytime I was down there, I'd just make sure to buy a soda.
Oh yeah, I
On the off chance that I would get double sodas.
I should do that. Also, Kyle, I'm at the very last level, and look at this face.
That is disturbing, dude. Can't even see his mouth through all that beard and mustache.
No. Oh wait, that's Woody and Jesse. Oh my. What? Jesse's lips are so disturbing. Oh, I didn't get...
Oh my god, what the hell? That looks so weird. He's got like a red like clown smile.
Yeah. Man, this is the final boss.
This is just weird. And again, it's like toys that aren't even like from the movie or anything. They just need to make a video game villain.
Yeah. All right, I have one more life at least. Dude, what is this guy? How am I supposed to dodge that? Okay, so that was a game over. How was I supposed to dodge that? Dude, Buzz's face.
No.
Oh man, well, good thing I saved in front of it, so...
That could be like photoshopped into memes or something.
Dude, you should take like a screenshot of that.
It's too late now, but...
Maybe like when the stream is archived.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I have to load it, dang it. It's like that noise.
I was about to say load it from your memory card, but I forgot you're not playing on PlayStation. Because that's the console I have this game on, so I keep thinking it's a PlayStation game.
I actually just saw the quality on the game in the PlayStation 2, and it's actually like the quality is not only higher res, but the cutscene, like those like frame cutscenes, are not just like pictures of the movie / like with written dialogue. It actually has a like full motion picture of cutscenes from the movie. So it's like the PlayStation is far superior.
Yeah, the disc games.
Yeah.
They probably had load times and stuff too. So the N64 and PlayStation versions are probably different in some ways.
Oh yeah, the quality and everything.
Come to think of it, I think that's the thing that like that was like a time when the differences between hardware of those two consoles are so big that a lot of games on both of those consoles were probably like exclusive.
Oh yeah.
Or games that are supposed to be made for both will have like drastically different like things going on. Because I guess that was an era where it's not like with Xbox and PlayStation where it's like the games are basically the same between the two consoles. Like they had a lot of like exclusivity in their libraries.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck, Woody? That's disturbing too. Jeez.
Jesus. They could have edited Woody's face a bit better. I mean, Superman. Even Superman's face in Superman 64 was a lot better than that.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle, you were here for the entire time that I've actually beat Toy Story 2.
Is this the latest you've ever gone on a stream?
No, but this is definitely one of the time. Well, I mean, 7.5 was around this time. Game design and program.
8 p.m.
Yeah, no.
Maybe, I guess.
Yeah, no. 7.5 was a really long. It was over 8 hours long.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that whole sequence of 7.5 was like half of it was regular stream. Like, well, the first 5 hours were regular stream. The last 3 hours were 7.5. What you were doing. So that was what is this like generic credit sequence? This is like so bad.
This is really lame, yeah.
This is like you do it in like MS Paint. It's like you grab it and just type it all out. It's like you just got a picture of his jaw and it's like, really? This is like the lamest credit sequence I've ever seen. Why did they even take it? It's like now I'm distracted by Mr. Potato Head's like mustache missing. I know that it was like almost zero audio to people, but there's actually is audio. It's just super quiet. Actually, I'm gonna put it up a little bit at the very end just to hear it. Man. Wait, Kyle, you said you were done with part 3, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's 2 more memes to make.
Oh, man. I can't wait.
I've generally been doing these during your streams, so like tomorrow I can work on another one if we're not playing a game together. But then again, you're thinking we could maybe race tomorrow, right?
Race tomorrow. I have RT...
Pokemon Red Race?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like, okay, so the thing is that I have the server up and ready. I do need to test run it, so I probably, while you are asleep, I'm gonna grab Chris and test run with him with like YouTube and stuff and see how that goes with lag and everything. Because like, because I'm not completely sure, because I have the RTM, like, the server up. I port forwarded. I did everything that what people are saying to do for multi parts. I'm watching videos to make sure that I get it right. The only, like, I guess like the biggest problem is right now is that people say it's preferred to put it on a different system to do all the handling. So that might be like slightly a problem, but we'll see. I mean, that is just one of those, like, we'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for the most part, if everything goes well and I'll test out with Chris, it should be fine.
Yeah, you know, one thing I'll say is that because we're going to have to make another randomizer,
Mhm.
we're going to have to craft our own ROMs again.
Mhm.
You should probably somewhere post, like, screenshots of each, like, each page on the randomizer software, just, like, showing the formula that we're always going to use when we make the ROM, just so everybody, like, remembers that for the future. Or, like, knows what boxes to check.
Yeah.
I think I remember every setting off the top of my head, but Chris and Will might not remember them.
Oh yeah, probably not.
Or if other people start entering our races too.
Yeah. I think like Mike wants to try.
I will say that since I'm using a new emulator, I can now get better quality that does not look like I'm growing a shitty vegetable garden on OBS, and can also play the game in color.
I need to get with color too later.
I think Visual Boy Advance will automatically play it in black and white for a Game Boy game.
Mhm.
The emulator that plays in color and what I'm using for Vietnamese Crystal is an emulator called Gambate.
Interesting.
I mean,
It's like it's a Game Boy Color emulator.
well, no, Chris was doing it on a Visual Studio, like not Visual Studio. Blah, I'm going coding now.
On Visual Boy Advance.
Yeah, Visual Boy Advance. He was actually in.
Oh, he's probably using a different ROM then, because the 3 of us use the same ROM except for Chris.
No, he was using the exact same one. He says he
Oh,
used.
then what?
Yeah. I
That's
think
weird.
Hold on, let me look at the setting really quickly in Visual Boy. But before I continue on with that, I know this is like long, so I will apologize immensely for Emoto, who's helping highlight this stuff. Thank you so much for. God dang, Kyle. So look at that. Look at Toy Story 2 BB. I mean, it's off the list.
Toy Story 2 BB.
It's done. Like, I basically will count today as the first and last time I played it. So it's like, I beat a game in one night, guys. Woohoo. But yeah, Toy Story 3 went. Actually, I will say the Toy Story 3 like the Toy Story 3 game is actually really good from what I heard. For a movie-based game.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I might consider playing that for like Xbox, PS3. Oh no, I think it might be on PC. But yeah, so I will go back with tomorrow. Thank you anybody who has been watching till now. It is crazy late. But I do stream 8 p.m. Pacific time on Saturdays and Fridays. Might change on Fridays. Give it to Kyle, who is Digits BB. Go follow him. He's currently doing Vietnamese Crystal. The Archaeologist, which is Mike, trying to do Spider-Man, though I think that he's currently with work. It's kind of held up on that. Is it the Official Grace or Official _ Grace?
Official_Grace.
Yeah, official_Grace. She's playing GTA. Cool person.
And Skyrim. She's going back and forth. It's most likely going to be Skyrim in her next stream based on people's votes.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's good for her. And I think that's it. Like, I guess like Necrosphere is also Chris. Follow them. I know Chris hasn't streamed in a while, but nonetheless, follow them. Thank you everyone for a long night. And I'll catch you guys in the next stream. Take care and be safe.